What we think, we become. Restlessness. The experience of energy you don't know how to channel. Psychology suggests that the energy arises from a desire, but one we can't quite acknowledge. When we mull over our options for action, eventually one thought begins to take precedence. Soon, we move into action. Thus, we've found a way to channel our energy. 3 components to channeling our human being. 1. Input side. Given energy which comes from universal life force. 2. Output side. Turn the energy into action or experiences. 3. In the middle. Psychology of our mind. Our ideas about how to spend our energy. The formula of creation going through channels. How energy is channeled determines its effect. It's the fundamental process of creation. It originates from the Creator. It's how the Creator, God, created all that exists. We use the same energy field that God does. God patterned this one energy, universal life force. A multitude of patterns arose out of the mind of God and channeled that one energy into forms of nature. The basic process of channeling. Spirit is life. Spirit is life. Mind is the builder. Physical is the result. Patterning. Patterning is like a film projector. Light bulb in the projector is the source of energy. It shines a neutral light like spirit. Place film in the projector, and the patterns on the film pattern the neutral light, shaping and coloring it. The film is like the mind, a source of patterns. Result, pictures on the screen. Physical manifestation. What we experience is the result of patterning of light, which comes from our thoughts. Thoughts are things. What they say, thoughts are things. Ideas channeled of material reality. As a man thinketh, so is he. So he is. Proverbs 27:3. Patterns we hold in our mind channel the life energy into physical expression. Ideas have their effect through their patterns. Ideas exist in another dimension. Some call it the astral plane. I know that they say there's only 3 dimensions to our reality, in which case I do believe that's true. However, I do happen to pretty good amount of certainty that an unseen realm, if you will, exists. It has been proven through monotonic gold. The stuff disappears. I don't prefer to call it a dimension, because I think there are only 3 dimensions. This would be the astral plane, for lack of a better term. Monotonic gold disappears into it. The unseen force has to work somewhere. Some may call it counter space. That's what Eric P. Dollard calls it. Ideas exist outside of time and space. Ideas are real in themselves and become real in the physical world. Ideas create our physical world. Personal expectations and attitudes affect how we experience events. That is so true. How do ideas create our physical world? As we tune in to an idea, it begins to shape our experience. Every moment of our lives, we're acting as channels of energy, shaping events through the ideas we hold. Ideals in what spirit will you channel? What ideas will you channel into reality? Because the thoughts we have are so influential in our lives, we need to consider carefully which thoughts we give our attention to. It's a matter of values. It's important to establish our concept of ideals. What is your highest value? What is the ideal by which you choose to steer your life? Integrity. Getting as close as I can to my higher self. I think only through having good thoughts and living your life right can you get closer to it, at least. Our models of perfection. The perfect 10 exists only as an idealized spirit form in the superconscious region of the mind. We will never find perfectly realized in physical form. Asking yourself, what is my highest value or ideal? is an exercise in raising your consciousness to the superconscious mind. Ideal is meant to stimulate emulation and guide our actions, but not to hold out hope of perfect success. Ideals are the parents of ideas. Ideals are unachievable. Yes, if you can achieve it, it is an idea. Yes, ideals are your values. Ideals continually motivate and inspire us. Ideas die once achieved. Values based on an ideal keep us going. Ideals: X, love, harmony, peace. Idea: example, wealth, happiness. Learning to express your ideal is one way to channel your higher self, the ideal of the Christ consciousness. What makes Jesus special is his total awareness of his divinity within, his willingness to accept it, and to sin is to miss the mark. When we turn our backs on our awareness of oneness and take our physical being, our existence in the material world, as the prime reality, we miss the mark. Casey defines sin as self, meaning to focus on our separateness rather than our oneness. Antidote to separateness is to focus on oneness. Casey defines sin as self, meaning to focus on our separateness rather than our oneness. Antidote to separateness is to focus on oneness. Antidote to feeling lonely is to forget yourself and reach out to someone else in love. Antidote to feeling lonely is to forget yourself and reach out to someone else in love. Okay, yes. I get it. This is the spirit of Christ consciousness. Christ consciousness is an ideal that can provide continuous inspiration for a lifetime. If you find the term Christ consciousness objectionable, search within yourself for your own sense of your ideal. What's important is that you look within and become conscious of what is there. That your own intuition guide you to the ideal that you would choose to govern the spirit by which you live. Channeling the ideals of the higher self. Casey tells us in order to channel your higher self, you need to attune to an ideal. Then, to set oneself aside so that the ideal may express itself, are the currency of the higher self. Ideals you set for yourself determine the qualities of the higher self that you will experience. It's like I try to tell my boys, they have to get some kind of revenge if somebody gets the better of them. Not let the other person's actions dictate mine. Just because so-and-so finds a certain behavior acceptable doesn't mean that I have to stoop to it. It's like my dad, we've all been told this, why did you do that? Well, Joe told me to. Well, if Joe told you to go jump off the roof, would you do it? Well, no. Okay, well then why did you do it, And sometimes we can find ourselves trying to play that game, the even up game. It's not important who gets the last word or whether so-and-so thinks they got the best of you. It only matters what we think about ourselves. If we make a mistake, we forgive ourselves. We have to love ourselves. We are our own best friend. And if a person doesn't betray their ideals, then they should be able to walk away from that person without suffering without suffering too much from the separateness, because that is an illusion. And it isn't until we know we're okay to be alone that we can ever really find someone to help complete us in a relationship. Because I would probably venture to guess that some of the people out there find a relationship to save them from being alone. That's not the right reason. And that's why they end up miserable. I die daily so that Christ may live in me. Paul. Set the ideal then be spontaneous. Once your ideal is set, you can trust in the flow. Yes, yes. You begin channeling the ideal of your higher self. Yes, yes. Channeling sexual energy. Sexual energy is the strongest physical force within the body. No sex act or sexual relation is necessarily bad in and of itself. Rather, it's the purpose or the desire that the sexual event is expressing that determines its value. Sexual energy is best served when used as a guide to an awareness of God and the divinity of another person. I usually prefer to say the universe. When used for your own self-gratification, it may lead to an unhealthy attachment. Same is true for channeling. If channeling is used for self-achievement or self-gratification, it likely will lead to confusion. If channeling is used to help oneself or someone else grow and expand, it will more than likely be of value. For parents only, channeling new life. The heavenly home. Home is the model and our closest experience on earth of the heavenly home. Making one's home like heaven on earth is a rewarding experience in channeling. What is an ideal home? It is a home with an ideal. Building Healthy Relationships by Charles and Leslie Casey. Companionship. A desire for companionship was God's motivation for creating souls, and companionship is an essential quality in the ideal home environment. It's easy to take our companions for granted, here and beyond. To remind ourselves of the heavenly delight of home companionship is to remember some of our most precious moments of channeling are simple. Subtle pleasures of making room for someone else to share our life. Love, the giving out of that within self. Love motivates every soul. Love is the law unto itself. Love is a channel of miracles. It can transcend the law of cause and effect. Love can break the rules. Forgiveness. Each of us, in countless ways, find ourselves violated in some manner by someone else's inexcusable action. Their insensitive or harmful act causes us to become angry. There's cause and effect, and it may continue, like a row of falling dominoes, toward an inevitable conclusion. By an act of forgiveness, however, by accepting what happened and forgiving the person, you can break the chain. Forgiveness is one of God's creative powers to perform miracles. In conclusion, every day, every moment of our lives, we give ourselves toward one goal or another. With every heartbeat, we channel love, and what our heart dwells upon, what our minds think about, we become or experience in our lives. We continually channel our energy, our love, our ideas, our ideals, our actions, into creating life as we would have it. It's the most everyday, ordinary, and miraculous channel we do. We do Chapter 5, Meditation, Channel of the Spirit. Today's affirmation. By quieting my mind, I allow answers to arise from within. Meditation is listening to the divine within. Edgar Casey. Channel of Spirit. Two well-known channelers credit meditation as the womb that spontaneously gave birth to their channeling practice. To intentionally make contact with the higher dimensions, begin meditating. Meditation on the breath, the channel of inspiration. How to meditate. Use your breath, a word or image, as a focus point. Concentrate on your focus, and whatever your mind strays, return to your focus. Begin by simply breathing and study your breath for a moment. As you become aware of your inhale and exhale, allow the exhale to bring you into relaxation. Allow your breath to just happen. Don't try to control it. It breathes me. Watching the breath is an ancient Zen Buddhist technique to meditate and an important channel of inspiration. You are learning to allow the breath of life, the Spirit to flow through you. Become a channel of awareness. Become aware of the silent witness. The little I is focused on thoughts and things, whereas the silent I is focused on witnessing. The silent witness is the first level of consciousness of the higher self. Be still and know that I am God. How to meditate. A fuller understanding of I am. Use your breath, a word, or image as a focus point, or I'd say music. Concentrate on your focus, and whenever your mind strays, return to your focus. Place your intention to stay focused in gentle opposition with your mind's natural tendency to wander. These two forces meet and gradually cancel each other out. This leaves the presence of I am awareness to reveal itself in the background. This I am awareness leads to far greater awareness. The higher consciousness within is not above you. God isn't above us, but within us. Raise your consciousness within self, then higher self or God meets you there. As you go within, become aware of the vibrations.
Higher.
Low, light, dense, subtle, coarse. Follow the path of calmness in search of higher vibrations. Search for the peace that surpasses all understanding. It's a particularly fine vibration. Immediately, there's a feeling of moving higher within. I've also read before that talking spends your soul.
Swallow your soul, swallow your soul. Oh,
And to not talk too much. I tend to be a little on the quiet side. Take that to heart. I try to not spend my soul with too much chatter. The higher consciousness within is not above you. Seeking answers from within. Casey assures us we can contact an awareness that knows answers to the questions that confront us. All knowledge is within. Meditation is a very portable guide that travels within you everywhere you go. Asking your higher self for guidance. If you have a question or a decision, commit to an answer on paper or saying it aloud. This begins the channeling process. Next, enter into meditation and focus on your ideal. Maybe it's love for 20 minutes or so. When you come out of meditation, ask your question or state your decision and become aware of any insights that arise. Page 96 and 97 has an excellent example of this. Meditation on an ideal. A lot more goes on in meditation than what you might expect. It's a time where other dimensions, other realities, other vibrations become an influence on the person. Research has proven that meditation improves psychic sensitivities. Other minds, including those of the dead, as well as other forms of spirit energy, have easier access to our mind. While meditating, it's important to attune yourself to the highest vibration. Imagine surrounding yourself with love and light. This creates a boundary that separates and protects us from anything that's not in accordance with our intentions. I'm going to read that one again. This creates a boundary that separates and protects us from anything that's not in accordance with our intentions. Research has proven that meditation improves psychic sensitivities. Attuning to an ideal. Whatever you focus on in meditation, it's like tuning your mind to that particular channel. You receive the energies of that wavelength in a pure, concentrated form. When we meditate on an ideal, the pattern of energy contained in that ideal actually affects us. We become a channel for spiritual energy to influence our being.
Meditation in the Book of Revelation, 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 Revelation.
Casey said the Lord's Prayer, as taught by Jesus, is actually a formula for patterning the opening of the psychic centers. Casey believed that when Apostle John's centers opened in the pattern, the endocrine glands functioned in harmony to allow God's consciousness to fully inhabit John's body and be present in his awareness. The book of Revelation describes a second coming of Christ. It already happened. It's the birth of the Christ consciousness in John, in each of us. God's incarnation in John's body, as was the case with Jesus, becomes a totally conscious experience. The Egyptians practiced Hermeticism. And if you really look at it, once you learn about both and you know that astrology is the oldest religion, astrotheology, they came into being right after the Roman Empire traded its swords in for plowshares and Bibles, or crosses, with their pontiff uniforms. And originally, the Bible was banned by the Catholic Church. There has never supposed to have been using any idols. That's supposed to be a sin. But yet they use candles and these big crosses and chains and weird outfits with fish head hats and all kinds of crazy stuff. They sell, someone can buy their way into heaven. Buying a stairway to heaven. I think the closest people were the ancient Egyptians, whoever they were, the Atlanteans maybe. They practiced Hermeticism. And as a matter of fact, the founding fathers were not Christians. They were Hermetics. And who would make a religion of love based on fear? The Freemasons. They were Freemasons. But that was a time before the Catholic Church infiltrated them and corrupted them. It's the birth of the Christ consciousness in John. It becomes a totally conscious experiment. The body is the temple. Casey repeatedly reminds us the body is the temple. It's where we meet with God, or the universe. Casey does not propose us to become hell freaks. He tells us it's not what we put into our bodies that defiles us, but what comes out of our body by the way of thoughts, speech, and actions. It's not the substance itself that causes harm, but what we digest of what we eat. The principle is similar to the dream principle. It's not what we learn that changes us. It's what we apply of what we learn. Casey also recommends the use of scent, chanting, music, and breathing exercises before meditating. They are aids to help us invoke what is within us. Very good. Yes, it's about time somebody said something about music. String out a music jack. Meditation is channeling. In meditation, we channel the life energy, the creative forces themselves, as they quicken our awareness of our higher self. Meditation is a process of channeling God's energy through us in a pattern that's most in tune with our consciousness of that higher self. Each time we churn within and open ourselves to the channel of higher consciousness, we take another step forward in being able to express that awareness in our lives. Questions and exercises. Number 1, focus on your breath for 10 minutes. Number 2, focus on a word or image or song for 10 minutes. Oh, let's do the song. Let's meditate to a song. Chapter 6, Inspirational Writing. Today's affirmation. I am healed by the divine love of Universal Spirit. Inspirational writing. A Course in Miracles by Helen Schumann was channeled completely through inspirational writing. Jonathan Livingston Seagull by Richard Bach is another example. It's not uncommon to hear authors talk about how they ride creative impulses in their writing. Indeed, channeled writing might feel like ghost writing. Being a constructive channel Attune yourself to an ideal, like love or peace, for about 5 to 10 minutes or more. Allow your whole being, mind and body, to resonate with the spiritual energy of the ideal. Then allow your thoughts to flow directly onto paper. Your writing will reflect and express the spirit or ideal. Here we have inspired constructive writing, a channel of the higher self. Disassociation and automatisms. Disassociation and automatism, a channel of the subconscious mind. A process of getting up and getting dressed is mildly disassociated from our conscious mind. All the little details of our actions occur as automatisms, reflex actions directed by the subconscious mind. Casey taught that all subconscious minds are in contact with one another. The subconscious mind isn't, could you imagine what you could find if you tapped into it? Really? Wow. I like what Paulie said to me last live stream, that our intuition can catch a lie because we hear it in reverse speech. That's, if we're that good, then we are definitely being underrated. The process of getting up and, okay. They can also express subliminally perceived telepathic information from the living and the dead. Automatic writing versus inspirational writing. Handwriting is another source of automatism. We do it automatically, without thinking. Many famous writers have used automatic writing as a means to channel information. Ruth Montgomery in her autobiography. Casey discourages the use of Ouija boards, as it is disassociated automatism. Brad Stoker, Ouija, the most dangerous game. Absolutely, those things, I don't like them. I never did. Writing automatically with the subconscious mind as a source of the material results primarily simply in the production of channeled material. I do think that the Native Americans talk about skinwalkers. And I remember that one scientist had some kind of theory about various spiritual entities of varying intelligences. It is possible that we can pick up maybe a baddie if we're attuned with it. I don't think they can touch us if we stay within our higher self, because nobody can stay in their higher self. Now, Watts did the knife too sharp analogy, and that's good. But if we're striving for it, that's really all we can do, right? Let's just keep trying, do our best. Experiment with inspirational writing. Writing automatically with the subconscious mind as a source of the material results primarily simply in the production of the channeled material. I already said that. What comes through may affect the person. Inspirational writing comes from the superconscious mind, which is attuned to your higher self. IW promotes growth in consciousness. Meditating on an ideal before IW allows, inspirational writing, allows the ideal to serve as both a magnet and a filter for what will pass through the channel. Experiment with inspirational writing. Practice. One way to get started is to simply begin writing out your ideal. Perhaps you begin with a single word or phrase. Maybe you'll find yourself simply writing that again and again. Whatever you write, it doesn't matter. Example, maybe my ideal is to be the best I can be. So I keep writing that over and over again. I am aware of what I am writing, but I don't judge it. I don't do anything to interfere with what my hand might feel inclined to write. And then I find the phrase begins evolving and changing. I can be my best. The best in me can come through me, etc. I feel I am starting to warm up and begin trusting more in the process. Tips. Let go of any demands on yourself for performance. Be playful. I love to be playful. I never take anything too serious. Let go of the need to write something of importance. Allow yourself to flow. Don't take it too seriously. Forget about whether or not you're doing it right. Forget about grammar and punctuation. Most people hesitate before they write, waiting for inspiration, evaluating, censoring, or filtering, analyzing your thoughts before you write will keep you from writing in an inspirational flow. Write anything and nothing in particular. Just play with the words. It's a good way to get started. It's easier to receive ideas while writing than by just sitting waiting for the ideas to arrive. Starting the flow is the hardest part. First, the words are the hardest to get out. After that, you'll find rhythm and flow that's right for you. Focus on your feeling of attunement to your ideal and let it express itself in your writing. Casey recommends not reading your writing for 30 days, but keep writing. The inspired word and creativity. When the emphasis is on the process of tuning into your feelings, not on being inspired with holiness or wisdom, the pleasure of inspirational writing is available to all of us. Words bring our awareness into the consciousness of being. Playfulness adds another link between inspirational writing and creativity. The more we can accept ourselves as a channel in the awake state, the more we can realize that we need only be ourselves, who we really are, to our higher self, to channel our higher self. Learn from your breathing. Meditation on the breath can become a basis for learning inspirational writing. A willingness to trust in inspirational writing without first knowing what you will write requires meditative frame of mind. Inspirational writing, in a way to channel higher consciousness, but automatic writing is trick shooting. Inspirational writing is a way to channel higher consciousness, but automatic writing is trick shooting. I personally believe it's all about intention and little to do with semantics. I see what Casey is saying here, but believe within the context of love and light, the same result can be achieved whether we call it automatic writing or inspirational. 3 modes of breathing. 1. Controlled. We can choose how we breathe, controlling the length and fullness. Automatic. When we don't pay attention to our breath, it happens automatically, by itself. We have voluntarily suspended our interference with the breath momentarily. Yet we could assume control at any time. Inspired. We are consciously allowing our breath to express itself while we watch. By becoming calm and relaxed, by trusting our breath, we allow ourselves to be inspired. 3 modes of writing. Controlled. Much of our writing happens this way. We decide what to write and how to write it. Automatic. Writing without awareness of the act. The handwriting happens by itself, controlled by the subconscious mind. Inspired. Maintaining an awareness of what we are writing, we allow the writing to proceed on its own, to just happen. We don't decide upon thoughts to record, we just allow them to express themselves. Watching our thoughts reveal themselves as we write. Answers from the higher self. A genuine need is the greatest stimulant for the flow. Meditation shapes the flow. A special value of inspirational writing is that we can use a form of role-playing to get answers from our higher self. Ron Carey's approach to channeling.
Imagine what it would be like to be God. Pose a question to yourself. Imagine God hearing the question. Allow yourself to answer the question, as God might. Dream incubation as a way to channel. Imagine some person as the personification of your highest ideal, real or imagined. For your meditative attunement, allow yourself to imagine what it feels like to be this person. Write down those feelings. Now pose a question to that person. Use inspirational writing to receive an answer from that person. Ask for clarification if needed. Wrestle with the angel, and it will bless you. Ooh, that's good. I like that. I've never seen that before.
Questions and exercises. Share with the group any experiences you've had with automatic or inspirational writing. How do we feel about Casey's caution against automatic writing and his recommendation to use the steps outlined for IW instead? Do the practice exercise under the subheading Learn from Your Breathing. The steps are outlined there to practice inspirational writing. I like to meditate first, and then when I come out, I have a journal handy and write down a question. Then I hold that question with my ideal of love for a few moments, then begin writing. Remember, IW works best when you have a purpose. Chapter 7, Artistic Channels of Creativity. Today's affirmation. I trust my higher being to lead me along the right path. When the real music comes to me, the music of the spheres, the music that surpasses understanding, that has nothing to do with me, because I'm just the channel. The only joy for me is for it to be given to me and transcribe it, like a medium. Those moments are what I live for.
John Lennon.
Well. Casey indicates that it is the arts that provide the channeling opportunities for the greatest expression of spiritual truths. Our inherent creativity is thus both a powerful and fun way to explore and develop our ability in channeling our higher self. The spirit of creativity in the arts. All artists give credit to flashes of insight, the spontaneous flow of the imagination, when they are channels of creativity. We already are channels of creative energy. The challenge seems to be for us to accept that gift and develop its expression. Art is the way we can manifest our spirit in the material world. George Winston. The Temple Beautiful. The Temple Beautiful were in Egypt, 10,500 BC. The purpose of these temples was to either purify people of disease or initiate them into the mysteries by raising their consciousness through the arts. The arts were actively employed as a holistic mode of education and transformation. Of all sensory effects, odor has the most powerful influence on the body. Through chanting and dancing, with the proper music, one's conception of one's body in the material world can change to the point that one becomes aware of everything consists of vibration. In this manner, a person can learn how the energy is the basic reality and how to pattern it toward a desired manifestation. There is no powerful method for revealing spiritual truths than the arts. Janet Lapp, a psychologist from California State University, has verified that listening to music can alleviate migraine headaches and prolong life. Gary Schwartz, a psychologist from Yale University, has verified that the aroma of spiced apples can lower blood pressure, and the aroma of peaches can reduce pain. Clearly, art can affect consciousness. It can inspire us, evoke emotions, or create higher emotions. Ideals, art, and creativity. There is a close association in folklore and research that closely links genius with madness. Absolutely. I've always seen that link. The tension between profound creativity and madness provides another lesson in channeling. Casey indicates that although the arts are the greatest channel for the realization of spiritual truths, he also warns that no other channel can unleash such destructive influences. Opening the channel when the adrenals are overstimulated, as in fear and anger, is much more hazardous than overstimulated sex center. Such stimulation is much more provocative of mental disturbances and the anguish of obsessive-compulsive states of mind than sexual stimulation. David McClellan studied the effect of two movies on people. One, Nazi concentration camps, which weakened viewers' immune systems, leaving them more vulnerable to disease. And two, Mother Teresa's charitable works, which strengthened their immunity to disease. That's pretty interesting. Ideals expressed in movies affect our bodies in subtle but profound ways. When opening ourselves to the channel of creative influences, ideals also serve as a safety anchor. Make sure you anchor yourself in love or another ideal, as always when channeling your higher self. A spiritual appreciation for art. We can use artists' perception of the world as a stimulant to our own perception. Casey recommended listening to music to transform your emotions. Music can help us bridge the gap between the physical body and the infinite reaches of consciousness. Music also serves as a bridge between changes in activities. To help change our mood when we need to relax or when we need to get up and work, music helps you experience your feelings more clearly, deal with them better, and ultimately change your mood. Listening to music is a wonderful way to open the channel to inspiration and visions.
From Carl Jung, where he's talking about this, and he says that, as we all know, science began with the stars, and mankind discovered in them the dominance of the unconscious, the gods, as well as the curious psychological qualities of the zodiac, a complete projected theory of human character. So welcome, Michael. How's it going, man? What do you think about that quote?
Yeah, well, that just about says it all, because he understood that the numbers 12, the numbers 7, 3, 4, which are implicit in 12 in the zodiac, these are archetypes. So, Jung was really into that, and he studied it for a long time, and he understood basically the thesis that's preoccupied my whole take on this, which is that it's not about rocks in space floating around affecting your destiny. That hasn't been proven. A lot of great attempts have been made to prove it. I certainly give them, 4 stars there, but the real premise that something external to you is affecting your fate and destiny, has always been unproven. It's always been troublesome. It's always been a sticking point. And it actually is one of the reasons why other well-meaning intellectuals just can't get into astrology. They feel stupid, and I completely understand them, because, the science isn't really there. And I don't think the science ever will be there. That doesn't shut the door on scientific explanations. But hey, wouldn't it be just a lot easier and more convincing to skeptics to just say, look, this is about your consciousness. The archetype of the 12 got there because we projected it by our consciousness. Just in the same way that the whole of reality is there because we interact with it through consciousness. So why astrologers have insisted, accepting it in this sort of exoteric way, which is really the only way to explain it, I really don't know, because the esoteric approach, that the mind is what this is all about. You have 12 divisions of consciousness. You have 12 faces of your own being. And that to me is much more sound, and the umbrella term is archetype. And that's been accepted
nerves, by the way. You even have 12 cranial nerves, by the way. It's interesting.
Right. You see? So when you turn it within to be archetypes, then there's actually a lot of backup, which is why I just can't understand why they just haven't, but I don't know. They put archetypal in the title. They put occult astrology, archetypal astrology, psychological astrology, and then you open the book and there's not a single backup of that. In my work, when I say it's psychological or it's archetypal, the whole premise is that I dismiss what's happening up there and, with those planets. The planets are just placeholders, metaphors for states of consciousness, phases of being, introvert, extrovert, and all the rest of it. And, we should definitely look into that. But then if you break the 12 down, you get the 3 and the 4. And the 3 and the 4 is found in Kabbalah. It's found in tarot. It's found in astrology. The 3, 4, so that these sort of ratios and harmonics that are discovered in all aspects of life, including the human psyche and the development of what we call consciousness. It had a particular evolution, if we have to use that troublesome word. It manifested in a certain particular orderly way, and we can easily have metaphors for that, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's not perfect, but neither is any form of expression or language. You're always languaging something, and then you're dealing with the problems of language. But in general, consciousness evolved in a way that can be understood as from a 0 to 1 to 2 to 3 to 4, you see. And the Zodiac is a really good way of expressing that. The Kabbalah is as well. It uses 10 or even 11 centers. The Enneagram or whatever, that's 9, you see. And the Tarot has 36. The ancient Egyptian Zodiac, some schools, there was lots of schools, so they all had different systems. But there was a system on the Nile, that had 36 signs of the Zodiac. In fact, if you really go back, there's even modes of astrology that literally, have, they don't even have houses so much as sidereal astrology, literally watch the movement of individual stars. So the chart that, would have been cast for you at your birth would have actually been so detailed as to be, unfathomably complex, because they would have noticed your ruling star, your ruling planet, more like, every single conjunction it had with a famous star. So there's certain books that people go to when they're looking up, say, a famous personality like Hitler or Churchill or Jesus or something like that, and it'll be a sidereal type of chart, right? That literally, or even Mick Jagger or somebody like that, right? It will actually be based on where the sun was, individual stars. Can you imagine how many stars there are? But of course, there's some really important ones to sidereal astrologers.
Something for you. Now listen to this and then tell me what you think. Theory proves that consciousness moves to another universe after death. A book titled Biocentrism, How Life and Consciousness Are the Keys to Understanding the Nature of the Universe, has stirred up the internet because it contained a notion that life does not end when the body dies, which is pleasing news to all of us. It can last forever. The author of this publication, scientist Robert Lanza, and there's also that neurologist who had an afterlife or after-death experience, who was voted the 3rd most important scientist alive by the New York Times, has no doubts that this is possible beyond time and space. Lanza is an expert in regenerative medicine and scientific director of Advanced Cell Technology Company. Before he has known for his extensive research, which dealt with stem cells, he was also famous for several successful experiments on cloning endangered animal species. But not so long ago, the scientist became involved with physics, quantum mechanics, and astrophysics. This explosive mixture has given birth to the new theory of biocentrism, which the professor has been preaching ever since. Biocentrism teaches that life and consciousness are fundamental to the universe. It is consciousness that creates the material universe, not the other way around. Yes, I've heard this before. Have you? Have you heard this before?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I've heard some of it before.
Yes, I have too.
Yes.
Lanza points to the structure.
Not in this sort of format.
No, I haven't. But it makes sense on the outside. Don't you agree?
Well, the universe is alive.
Yes.
You could argue
Thriving.
it's like Earth. Earth
Brimming
is
over
a
with
living.
organism.
Yes.
The ancient Egyptians thought that people were stars. Lanza points to the structure of the universe itself, and that the laws, forces, and constants of the universe appear to be fine-tuned for life, implying intelligence existed prior to matter. I've often thought that intelligence, or consciousness, had to create material to inhabit. Because if it's just a airborne consciousness with no matter, it would probably have that kind of power, I would think. He also claims that space and time are not objects or things, but rather tools of our animal understanding. Lanza says that we carry space and time around with us, like turtles with shells, meaning that when the shell comes off space and time, we still exist. The theory implies that death of consciousness simply does not exist. And I know atoms live forever, correct?
Atom. Oh, yeah. Except when they, well, that's right, they do, because even when they get smashed up, they're still alive.
Mm-hmm.
They're just smaller, aren't they?
Yeah, it's argued that you can't eliminate information from the universe. It only exists as a thought because people identify themselves with their body. They believe that the body is going to perish sooner or later, thinking their consciousness will disappear too. If the body generates consciousness, then consciousness dies when the body dies. But if the body receives consciousness in the same way that a cable box receives satellite signals, then of course the consciousness does not end at the death of the physical vehicle. In fact, consciousness exists outside of constraints of time and space. It is able to be anywhere, in the human body and outside of it. In other words, it is non-local in the same sense that some objects are non-local. Lanza also believes that multiple universes can exist simultaneously. In one universe, the body can be dead, and in another, it continues to exist. That's interesting. Absorbing consciousness which migrated into this universe. This means that a dead person, while traveling through the same tunnel, ends up not in hell or in heaven, but in a similar world he or she once inhabited, but this time alive, and so on, indefinitely. It's almost like a cosmic Russian doll afterlife effect. What do you think of that, Andy?
Mm-hmm.
You agree with that?
So multiple universes, and you migrate while traveling through the tunnel, ends up not in hell or
in between them.
That's
like
right.
When we
That's
die in
right.
this universe, we're born in another. That's fascinating. I never considered that.
Yeah. But you go to a similar place, so the similarities are always the same. So you go to the parallel equivalent of where you were. But this time, you're still alive.
Now, you see, do we get to pick who we're going to be, or do we enter like a Russian roulette? Speaking of Russian, of you got to just enter the barrel, and if you might end up a monkey or a fly or a human being living in America or in China, or is it I want to be in that person?
I don't think you necessarily get a choice of the person, but you'd still end up being human. But yes, you would, because it says here, you migrate through the but you've got to migrate to a similar world that you once inhabited. So in other words, it might not be called America, but it would be somewhere where you'd have, I suppose in today's world, we'd call it a privileged existence.
Well, you know, that makes so much more sense to me than we're just some cosmic accident.
Mm.
You know?
And I like the idea that there was consciousness before there could be matter.
Well, it goes on here. Multiple worlds. This hope-instilling but extremely controversial theory by Lanza has many unwitting supporters. Not just mere mortals who want to live forever, but also some well-known scientists. These are the physicists and astrophysicists, that word doesn't exactly roll off the tongue, who tend to...
These are the physicists and astrophysicists.
Yeah. See what I mean? Who tend to agree with existence of parallel worlds and who suggest... Go ahead, Andy, finish it.
Who suggest the possibility of multiple universes. Go, Greg.
No, you go. You're doing good.
Multiverse, multi-universe is a so-called scientific concept which they defend. They believe that no physical laws exist that would prohibit the existence of parallel worlds.
Very good. The first one was a science fiction writer, H.G. Wells, who proclaimed in 1895 in his story, The Door in the Wall. That's when you asked me about that. And after 62 years, this idea was developed by Dr. Hugh Everett. In his graduate thesis at Princeton University, it basically posits that at any given moment, the universe divides into countless similar instances. And the next moment, these newborn universes split in a similar fashion. In some of these worlds, you may be present reading this article in one universe or watching TV in another. Go.
The triggering factor of these multiplying worlds is our actions, explained Everett. If we make some choices, instantly one universe splits into two with different versions of outcomes. So is that for the individual or is that for everyone, if you get what I mean by that, Greg? So as an individual, when I make a decision about something, it can split into into the various things that decision could be.
In some other universe, perhaps we lost World War II, but it was called something else. But here's the thing, that your question was profound, because does it split off into many other universes just for that person or for the whole universe at hand?
Or does everybody get their own universe?
Everybody gets, that's got to be more like it, dude. That's
within the universe.
Yeah, like the Russian doll thing. I get it.
Yeah.
In the 1980s, Andrei Lind, scientist, Lebedev's Institute of Physics, developed the theory of multiple universes. He is now a professor at Stanford University. Lind explained, space consists of many inflating spheres, oh boy, which give rise to similar spheres, and those in turn produce spheres in even greater numbers, and so on to infinity. In the universe, they are spaced apart. Kind of makes you feel small, doesn't it? They are not aware of each other's existence, but they represent parts of the same physical universe.
That is interesting, Greg. In so much of what we come across, we go, oh, the mainstream doesn't look at this, doesn't look at that. Yet here you have a professor at Stanford, which is, not some little chicken feed university, allowed to run these ideas, which are basically the same ideas that all of us in Electric Universe run.
Yeah.
They just called it They just give it a different name. Yeah, it's the place
Well,
of the soul.
this is the thing. When they say there's no island in space, that goes from the macro to the micro. Now when we go to these different universes, I'm thinking they're going to be different sizes, all the way up to so immense that you can see the beings of the bigger universe in our nebulae. Now, I know it's crazy, right? But I mean, it's just so big to us, it looks like some big fog, you know? And then, I mean, it sounds crazy, but then there are atoms. There are these little water bears who have a whole universe. They're so tiny in a drop of water. Yeah, that's interesting.
And there's also the theories where, so, like, as you pointed out before, they say, the energy I get from the sun now is 8 minutes old.
Yeah.
But then, is it 8 minutes old? Because when you turn on the generator main switch at the power station, the power is immediate.
Immediate.
Yeah, so it just excites there.
Yeah, that's Einstein's hypothetical speed of light thing, you know.
Yeah.
I don't think light travels, honestly. I think it emits, and the atoms in between become illuminated, you know. Like
so the wave in various formats, which goes back to what Winter talks about with his business, and what is it, Planck times gold with the golden ratio. And then of course you got the bloke from Austria who did the water. What was his? Right, you've got him.
Yeah.
And that's all about waves. The fourth state of water, all about that wave.
Yeah.
Yes.
Also, you got the Japanese fella who would freeze things. He would say, "I love you" and "thank you," and it would come out some beautiful sphere-looking thing like a snowflake. And he would say, "I hate you, you're worthless," and it would come out black and deformed. That kind of implies that the water itself is alive.
Yes. Yes.
And in that water are atoms of hydrogen and oxygen, who must be alive. I mean, it must just be never-ending.
It's just a life form that we don't recognize.
And it's all connected with electricity.
And when we drink water, we are part of that life form.
Yeah. Yeah, I write sometimes. I don't much anymore, but my son still does. He writes "thank you" on his water bottle and "I love you" and stuff like that. It's corny, but not really if water has memory.
Yeah.
The fact that our universe is not supported by data received from the Planck Space Telescope, using the data, scientists have created the most accurate map of the microwave background. Now that's kind of getting into mainstream stuff. The so-called cosmic relic background radiation, which has remained since the inception of our universe. They also found that the universe has a lot of dark recesses represented by some holes and extensive gaps. Well, there is that one gap that's like billions of light years across. It's just nothing but blackness.
And it's at the porthole between them.
At least he didn't say black holes and dark matter. Please don't say that, because then they'll lose me. But then they're operating within the constraints of mainstream science. So why would I expect them not to go there? Because they might have to. They have, if you don't toe the line, you're out.
Yep.
This is being a rebel, if you ask me. I don't know. Direct result of attacks on us by neighboring universes. How about that? That's what the gaps are from. Okay, here we go with soul. And it's about over. A few more paragraphs. Soul. So if there's abundance of, and just feel free to cut in whenever, the soul. So there is abundance of places or other universes where our soul could migrate after death. According to the theory of neo-biocentrism, but does the soul exist? Is there any scientific theory of consciousness that could accommodate such a claim? According to Dr. Stuart Hameroff, a near-death experience happens when some information that inhabits the nervous system leaves the body and dissipates into the universe. Contrary to materialistic accounts of consciousness, Dr. Hameroff offers an alternative explanation of consciousness that can perhaps appeal to both the rational scientific mind and the personal intuitions. Help me out, Andy. Read that. I'm going to get a drink of water.
Consciousness resides, according to Stewart and British physicist Sir Roger Penrose, in the microtubules of brain cells, which are primary sites of quantum processing. Upon death, this information is released from your body, meaning your consciousness goes with it. They have argued that our experience of consciousness is the result of gravity effects in these microtubes, a theory which they dubbed orchestrated objective reduction.
What did you make of that?
Well, yes, well, I've read where the soul leaves the body, and then eventually it will find another body, and I'm pretty sure it's from about 12 to 18 months of age, a person gets a jolt, and that's when, because when you're born, you're carrying your mother's soul, and then you have to get your own soul, and that soul, although it has the memory is not really available. So you can't see that past life of that soul, but you know there is a past life.
Do you think soul groups are possible? That's what Edgar Casey said, that we have soul groups that stick together. But see, if you bring one soul into the universe before its time, another soul might have to die. Because it's that soul. Which scares me about grandchildren. But I know that can't be.
No. It's, once the soul inhabits, that will be the soul that will be there. Possibly a what they call a near-death experience.
Yeah.
The soul may be able to change. Or if you got multiple souls, wouldn't that give you multiple personalities?
Right. I think we each have one soul. I think that could be
except for people that have multiple personalities.
Yeah, like people who had schizophrenia and hear voices.
Yeah, that could be multiple souls.
They think that they really are hearing voices. They have just tuned into a different universe.
Yeah, and that's quite possible if you're thinking about what these people have written.
Yes.
So then their body's in a turmoil of which soul, the other souls are trying to, there was further up there where it talked about it, the other souls are trying to push that one out because they want to take over. Because if they don't get, so if you've got one soul,
I thought that
and two others are trying to, and two others are trying to enter you, when you die from this life, what happens to them two other souls that didn't get the existence at that time? Do they stay floating?
That might explain ghosts. I was just about to say, there are many enigmatic things that happen with, you can even watch them on YouTube videos. It's crazy how much paranormal activity there is on the earth.
Yeah.
And there's been people who have gone to old insane asylums, that were vacated years before, and it's just almost too crazy to even stay there. That must mean some people after death are tortured perhaps because they're the way that they died, or, like they were murdered or something. Consciousness, or at least proto-consciousness, is theorized by them to be a fundamental property of the universe, present even at the first moment of the universe during the Big Bang. It never happened. The universe has been here, possibly know how it came to be. That's mainstream drivel. And I told you they'd have to go there at some point. In one such scheme, proto-consciousness experience is a basic property of physical reality accessible to a quantum process associated with brain activity. Our souls are in fact constructed from the very fabric of the universe. We're star stuff. Yeah, we know that. And may have existed since the beginning of time. Our brains are just receivers and amplifiers for the proto-consciousness that is intrinsic to the fabric of space-time. That's heavy. I think Walt Thornhill even himself had implied that consciousness comes from without, just like the power of the sun. So is there really a part of your consciousness that is non-material and will live on after death of your physical body? I'm sorry.
Well, let's have a look at this bit, Greg.
Let me read that.
Let's have a little
look
at this.
I want to read that last sentence. So is there really a part of our consciousness that is non-material and will live on after death of our physical body? Go.
Okay. What I was going to say is, early on in the article, they talked about the microwaves they are now able to measure that would have been prior to the present or the Big Bang. And then somewhere in here they get lost and they start talking Big Bang. Well, hang on, we're talking before Big Bang.
Yeah.
So the Big Bang's not really such a Big Bang.
No.
Because all this was happening prior. Yeah, in the last age.
Yeah, how the universe came about is something that I don't even think we could ever understand. Because it's probably always was, and that boggles the mind in itself.
Well, let's look at the plasma, and I would probably say they're putting too much emphasis on the brain and not enough emphasis on the plasma within the body, which our blood is
or the
basically
consciousness.
plasma.
Yes, that's right.
And your blood carries your consciousness.
That's very good.
So when the blood stops, the plasma leaves the body.
And consciousness itself is in the plasma.
Yes.
I get it.
Yes.
I get it.
And everything, like the electric universe, so much of what Walt Thornhill and those people talk about is about the plasma.
Yes, and it has a sense of humor.
Yeah, there you go. See, so it's living.
Well, there's a couple paragraphs here. Let's get them over with. Dr. Hammeroff, go ahead. Did you have something to say, Andy? I'm sorry.
No, you go.
Okay.
No, you go.
Dr. Hammeroff told the Science Channel through the Wormhole documentary, let's say the heart stops beating, the blood stops flowing, the microtubules lose their state. The information within the microtubules is not destroyed. It can't be destroyed. It just dissipates to the universe at large. Robert Lanza would add, here, not only does it exist in the universe, it exists perhaps in another universe. If the patient is resuscitated, revived, the information can go back into the microtubules and in the patient. Says, I had a near-death experience. He adds, if they're not revived and the patient dies, it's possible that this information can exist outside the body, perhaps indefinitely, as a soul. This account of consciousness, word I don't say easily, consciousness, explains things with near-death experiences, astral projection, out-of-body experiences, and even reincarnation without needing to appeal to religious ideology. The energy of your consciousness potentially gets recycled back into a different body at some point. And in the meantime, it exists outside of the physical body on some other level of reality and possibly in another universe. The end. It doesn't say the author's name, does it? Give him credit. It just says by admin. And I'll put the link in the description. Yeah. Pretty interesting. I thought that the folks would be interested in this. I know that whenever I see something about life after death, I've been seeking answers for a long time. I'm sure we all are. And anytime anything has anything to do with consciousness or, our souls, I'm sure people are interested in it like I am.
And the thing is, you don't need, say, a definitive religion to have consciousness,
right,
and to have a soul,
right,
because the soul is the energy within you, which we know has to be the plasma, within the plasma.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I think that's the key. It's always been about the plasma.
Yep.
Even Don Scott, like he said that all the
I just wanted to say it's really good to see everybody here. I know I've been dropping the ball a lot. I've been going through a pretty tough ordeal, physically and mentally. I went through a PET scan, and they could not detect any cancer, so I'm cancer-free. That's what the doctor just told me on Friday. But I have to deal with the aftermath of the radiation treatments, mostly, and the chemo, which have been holding up pretty well. But, that got me on a tangent and thinking about life after death and things like that. Once my tongue heals, as you can tell, it's not there yet, but it's getting better. It just takes time. So thank you for hanging in there with me. We're going to get through this. I'm going to get back to normal. And I appreciate everybody staying with me. Better days are coming, as my mom used to say. It's been maddening at times. And a lot of times I don't have any energy. But I do everything I can to stay there with you and, get through this. I've received a lot of support and love. And I just can't thank you enough. Okay, I'll stop blabbing. But it's really good to see everybody.
lights we see in the night sky is plasma. You say, well, I can see the moon. Yeah, but the moon is reflecting the sun, which is plasma. The light.
Yes, and it changes states, which gives you all your elements and transmutations.
Yeah.
With the different energy levels within it, which is the soul. How many souls?
We got one more to get through.
Yeah, I know. That's the thing. You could ask him.
We got one more to get through, and then we're going to get into some Saturn theory after the next one.
Million questions, about it, and it just keeps being more mysterious. But I really put a lot of stock into what that one guy said, the neurologist who had this is a scientific-minded guy. He didn't believe in any of it before. He got some kind of encephalitis of the brain, swelled up. They didn't expect him to live. He was in a coma.
Yeah.
And he died.
Yeah.
And I guess they brought him back, but he had this whole experience of riding on a butterfly's wing and meeting his sister, who was deceased. And he didn't even know her at the time. And she told him his name and whatever. And when he got back, and after he had went back to normal, they found the sister that was long lost, and it was that.
I just saw your comment, Shockwave. It's always a blessing to have you. I can't tell you how much how grateful I am. Shockwave is a man. You know, he's been with me since the beginning. I love you, brother.
That girl that he was talking to in the afterlife. And that just blows my mind.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And that's scary, dude. It's like we're being run by homicidal maniacs. Homicidal and suicidal maniacs. The patients are running the asylum.
Yeah. Yeah, one of the things.
Basically. All right, well, that was a good installment for the consciousness. Do you have anything else to add?
No. We should go through that.
We will. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do a few segments like this. This is just the first. All right, check it out.
Yeah.
That situation and reacts to it. One of the concepts most central to the system of study which comes out is the concept of immortality of our individual consciousness. There is a long mystical tradition extending back far beyond biblical times, which posits a type of immortal soul. St. Paul, in his epistles, has distinguished between the human body and the spiritual body. Long before St. Paul's century, Egyptian priests had the concept of the Ka, and posited that this Ka, or spiritual personality, existed after death, and was the true repository of the essence of consciousness of the person who had lived the life. Egyptians, of course, made very elaborate arrangements for life after death. If life after death is posited as a probability, one may also posit life before birth. Any mother who has had more than one child will testify to the undoubted fact that each child comes into his life or incarnation already equipped with a personality which cannot be explained by environment or heredity. After all the factors of both have been accounted for, there remains a unique personality with which the child seems to have been born. Each child has certain fears, which are not explainable in terms of the fears of the parents. A child, for instance, may be terrified of a thunderstorm. The rest of the family may be perfectly comfortable during such a storm. Another child may be extraordinarily gifted at the playing of an instrument, when neither parent nor any relatives, as far back as the parents can remember, had musical ability. This brings us back to the serious consideration of reincarnation. Reincarnation is one of the most important concepts to be grasped, for through it the universe functions in order to advance the evolution of mankind. This evolution is seen to be not only physical, but also metaphysical, not only of the body, but also of the spirit. And incarnations are seen in this system of philosophy to be opportunities for an individual to continue his evolution through numerous and varied experiences. Although perhaps 2/3 of the world's population embraces or is familiar with a religious system which posits reincarnation, those of us of the Judeo-Christian culture are not as familiar with the concept. Nevertheless, Don's early investigations seemed to indicate that reincarnation was a probability and that incarnations contained situations, relationships, and lessons which were far more easily understood in the light of knowledge of the previous incarnations. One succinct example of this relationship, which some are fond of calling karma, is that of a young boy who requests that his name not be used, who in this life had experienced such intense allergies to all living things that he could not cut the grass, smell the flowers, or during the blooming season spend much time at all outside. Under hypnotic regression, he experienced in detail a long life in England. He had been a solitary man whose nature was such as to avoid contact with any human being. He had inherited a fairly large estate, and he spent his life upon it. His one pleasure was the very extensive garden that he maintained. In it, he had his gardeners plant all manner of flowers, fruits, and vegetables. After the life had been discussed, and while the lad was still entranced, hypnotist Lauren Allison asked the boy, as he often did, to contact what is loosely referred to as his higher self. He had the boy ask his higher self if the lesson of putting people first and other things second had been learned. The higher self said that indeed the lesson had been learned. The hypnotist then had the boy ask the higher self if this allergy could be healed, since the lesson had been learned and the allergy was no longer necessary. The higher self agreed. The hypnotist then carefully brought the boy out of the hypnotic state, walked over to his piano on which was placed a magnolia. As magnolia blossoms will do, it had dropped its pollen on the polished surface of the piano. The hypnotist scraped the pollen into his hand, took it over to the boy, and deliberately blew it directly at the boy's nose. "How could you do that to me?" exclaimed the boy. "You know how allergic I am." "Oh, really?" asked the hypnotist. "I don't hear you sneezing." The boy remained cured of his allergy. When we attempt to consider our relationship with the universe, we begin to see that there is a great deal more in heaven and earth than has been dreamt of in most philosophies. It is an unbelievably gigantic universe, and if we have a true relationship to it, we must ourselves be more than or other than our daily lives seem to encompass. In the raw material, a good deal of information is discussed concerning our true relationship with the universe, but it is good to realize that we do have a long tradition of work upon what may perhaps most simply be called the magical personality. Magic is, of course, a much misused term, and is mostly understood as being the art of
prestidigitation,
or illusion. When one sees a magician, one accepts the fact that one is seeing very skillful.
I just have to say, I'm getting a little bit better every week. But isn't it funny that magic starts with mag, like magnetism? Is it just me? Or is it so?
Performed illusions. However, there is a study of the so-called magical personality which suggests that there is a thread which runs through our daily lives, which we can grasp, and using that thread, remove ourselves from time to time into a framework of reference points in which we see reality as being that of the spiritual body, that personality which exists from incarnation to incarnation, and indeed since before the world was. By working upon this magical personality, by interiorizing experience, by accepting responsibility for all that occurs, and by eventually coming to a balance our reactions to all that occurs, so that our actions in our environment are generated within the self and are no longer simple reactions to outward stimulus. We strengthen the so-called magical personality until we are able to have some small claim to the art of causing changes in consciousness at will. This is the classic definition of magic. Each time that a person sustains an unfortunate situation and reacts to it by not giving anger for anger or sadness for sadness, but instead offering compassion and comfort where none is expected, we strengthen that thread of inner self within us, and we become more and more associated with a life that is closely related to the organic evolution of the universe. It is some sense of the wholeness or organic nature of the universe which best informs the student of the UFO's purposes in being here. They have been here, by many accounts, for thousands of years. At least UFOs have been mentioned, along with many other strange sights, in the annals of all early histories, including the Bible. However, as we look for the heart of the cosmic system of philosophy, we find much that is clear and simple, without being simplistic in the least. Much that is ethical without being dogmatic. In short, much that is informative. The nature of reality, which in the main seems to have escaped the notice of man. Man on earth has become very short-sighted in appreciation of the creation. He does not understand the true meaning of the simple and beautiful life that surrounds him. That reminds me of Velikovsky's diagnosis of scotoma. He does not appreciate its generation and regeneration. He learns that the very atmosphere that he breathes is cycled through the plant life to be regenerated to support him and his fellow beings and creatures. And yet this seems, to the vast majority of those who dwell upon this planet, to be an exercise in technology rather than one in theology. There is no awareness of the Creator's plan to provide for his children, to provide for their every desire, and to provide a state of perfection. Man on earth has lost his awareness that is rightfully his. And why has he lost this awareness? He has lost this because he has focused his attention upon devices and inventions of his own. He has become hypnotized.
I have to share something with you that I'm really having a hard time dealing with. And that is, ever since I had to go through radiation, it shrunk my throat. Or, maybe it's a swollen tongue and things will go back to normal. Because that's what I'm thinking, right? I gotta heal and everything will go back to normal. Because I have swallowing issues with liquid, like water. And I have to constantly, keep from aspirating it. So something's not right there. And the last time I went to the chemo doctor, he said, once you've had chemotherapy, you'll never be normal again. And I'm like, wow, what a thing to say. So I could be like this forever? It may never get better. I refuse to accept that. That just can't happen. But yeah, that has been kind of stressed out. And I've been having a lot of anxiety. It's not easy to deal with it, man. It's just, it hangs over you like a cloud. And I'm grateful that the news was good because really I never thought anything else but it could have easily went the other way. So I'm very lucky. I just have to get used to circumstances that I'm not used to. And that can tend to drive you crazy if you let it. But you can't let it, you just have to soldier on. And that's the hard part. It's just really hard. So this channel means everything to me. And that's why I can't let it go. So please bear with me. I know you have. I just can't tell you how grateful I am for that. Alright, now I'm being sappy.
By his playthings and his ideas, he is but a child in his mind. All of this may be very simply remedied, and man can once more return to an appreciation of reality rather than an appreciation of the illusion created by his mind. All that is necessary is that he individually avail himself to this appreciation of reality through the process of meditation. For this process, stills his active, curious mind, which is continually seeking stimulus within the illusion developed over so many centuries of time upon planet Earth. Very rapidly, then, he can return to an appreciation of the reality and the functioning of the real creation. This is what man of Earth must return to if he is to know reality. The simple thought of absolute love, a thought of total unity with all of his brothers, regardless of how they might express themselves or whom they might be. For this is the original thought of your Creator. The creation of the Father, then, has a very simple nature, a nature in which love is the essence of all things and all their functions. I've always felt that. The answer is love. The creation of the Father, then, yet this real creation obviously is not uppermost in most of our minds because we live in a day-to-day atmosphere, quite often as is an illusion. It is possible through meditation to totally reduce the illusion that you now experience that creates the separation, an illusory separation, to what it actually is, a total illusion. We have been continuing to speak to you about meditation. We have spoken to you many times about reality and about love and understanding. And yet, you do not seem to be able to overcome the illusion. The reason for the illusion is one that man on earth has generated. He has generated it out of desire. The illusion is useful. It is very useful for those who would wish to evolve at a very rapid rate by experiencing it and by using it while within it. Many of us who are now circling your planet would desire to have the opportunity that you have, the opportunity to be within the illusion and then, through the generation of understanding, use the potentials of the illusion. This is a way of gaining progress spiritually and has been sought out by many of our brothers. I cannot overemphasize the necessity of becoming able to understand the nature of the potentials within your illusion, and then, by self-analysis and meditation, reacting to that in a way that will express the thought that generated us, the thought of our Creator. This was done by the teacher whom you know as Jesus. This man recognized his position, he recognized the illusion, he understood the reasons for the potentials within the illusion, and his reaction to these potentials and activities within the illusion was a reaction which was expressing the thought of the Creator, a thought of love. Keep uppermost in your mind that the illusion that you experience is an illusion that is surrounding you for the purpose of teaching you. It can only teach you if you become aware of its teachings. It is said that he worked his wonders in mysterious ways. This way may seem mysterious. However, it is the only spiritual evolvement. It is the way of spiritual evolvement. There are many souls experiencing the illusion in which you find yourself. However, there are few using this illusion to grow. They are not doing this other than at a subliminal level, because they have not availed themselves through their seeking to a knowledge of the possibility of doing this. Once an individual has become aware of the possibility of using the illusion in which he finds himself in your physical world for the progression of spiritual growth, it is necessary that he take the next step and use his knowledge to express, regardless of the potentials which affect him, the love and understanding of his Creator. For some reason, I just got the thought of that CD by Guns N' Roses, Use Your Illusion. I mean, how could some 20-somethings come up with something that deep? Is that stuff given to them to perform and do? Many who say that military intelligence and the CIA run the music business. I really don't know if that's true, but I have heard that a few times. Or did that come really from Axl Rose's mind? I've often wondered that. Obviously, he must have been piped into something that was like an antenna that was coming to him. I have many great songwriters like Keith Richards, Bob Dylan, many others. They say that they're just an antenna, that the information is already there and they just pick it up. I think Tesla said the same thing. The information is all around us. That's why this article struck me. I think it has an important message in it. If nothing else, we can take that with us. As you have now become aware, meditation is always suggested as the best means of attaining understanding, of progressing spiritually, and of understanding the nature of the illusion and the purpose for which you are experiencing it. Each person is involved in an illusion or game in which we may, if we wish, use our consciousness in meditation in such a way as to create a more rapid growth in personal evolution. But how do we bring ourselves to the point at which this process, which often seems very difficult, is grasped and begun? Desire, my friends, is the key to what you receive. If you desire it, you shall receive it. This was the Creator's plan, a plan in which all of his parts would receive exactly what they desire. Often in the illusion which you now experience, it seems that you do not acquire what you desire. In fact, the opposite seems to be the case in many instances. It is a paradox. It seems that such a statement should be made and that such apparent results of desire are manifested. And yet we state without exception that man receives exactly what he desires. Perhaps, my friends, you do not understand desire. Perhaps this understanding is not within the intellectual mind. Perhaps it will be necessary to spend time in meditation to become aware of your real desire. There is much, much more of you and of the creation than you presently appreciate with your intellectual abilities in your present illusion. It is very difficult for peoples of this planet to give up their illusion, to give up the preconceived knowledge of what they believe to be cause and effect. However, this is not reality. This is illusion, born of illusion. It is a simple product of the complexity that man upon this planet has generated. Join with us in divorcing your thinking from such complexities and become aware of what has created you. Everything that you experience, everything that is thought. Become aware of your Creator. Become aware of his desire. And when you know this desire, you will know your own. For you and your Creator are one, and you are one with all of his parts, and therefore all of your fellow beings throughout all of the creation. When you know his desire, you will feel it. There will be no more confusion. There will be no more questions. You will have found what you have sought. You will have found love. For this is the desire of your Creator, that all his parts express and experience the love that created you. This can be found simply in meditation. No amount of seeking with intellectual concepts of your people, no amount of careful planning or careful interpretation of the written or spoken word will lead you to the simple truth. One of the concepts most central has a very simple nature. Experience. Relationships. I really do think that we send out vibes to the universe and it sends them back to us, and that everything is God or the Creator. Everything. And why I wanted to share it with you. So when we just meditate, answers come to us. I guess it would.
I don't do much meditating.
Yes, very interesting. We're going to move on now and get into a little Saturn theory before I log off. And I'll have a little chat with you when this is over. I apologize for my voice, but I want to come back. It's just
Proportion to each
right on the
other.
edge.
We should think of the most authoritative part of our soul as a guardian spirit given by God living in the summit of the body, which can properly be said to lift us from the earth towards our home in heaven. For we are creatures not of earth but of heaven, where the soul was first born, and our divine part attaches us by the head to heaven, like a plant by its roots, and keeps our body upright. If therefore a man's attention and effort is centered on appetite and ambition, all his thoughts are bound to be mortal, and he can hardly fail, insofar as it is possible to become entirely mortal, as it is his mortal part that he has increased. But a man who has given his heart to learning and true wisdom, and exercised that part of himself, is surely bound, if he attains to truth, to have immortal and divine thoughts, and cannot fail to achieve immortality as fully as is permitted to human nature. That is surrounding you for the purpose of teaching you. It can only teach you.
if you become aware of its teachings.
Echoing this belief and the story of Noah in the Bible, even Plato wrote of a recurring cycle of natural disasters.
We have this kind of collective memory, if I can call it that, of a worldwide flood.
You wonder if there's an advanced race, since we have these fossil evidence for groups with larger brains than us. There are a couple different types of big-brained fossil creatures that have been found in the very, very recent past, say the last 30,000 years. Okay, one is called Cro-Magnon. That was very human-like, actually had a significantly larger brain than modern humans. Unbelievable information. That's fall down on the floor, amazing information, okay? That trashes everything the evolutionary theory people have been wanting to talk about. What do we have here? We have something, some sort of huge head and presumably ultra-massive brain that was all over the world, and apparently some cultures like the Mayan worshiped them in the recent past. This is unbelievable. This is incredible information. Why is it not on all these news stations? I mean, this is unbelievable. Is this the Elohim? Or some extraterrestrials? Is it another just kind of human that was around? What relation did they have to us? Why were some ancient religions worshiping these people? Were other ancient religions worshiping these people? We have to get to the bottom of this. This information is it's the most powerful information. You can, if you want to know who you are, that gives you power, and this is the kind of information that can help you do that.
What fascinates me on this planet is the diverse, many different races we have here. Is it because of environment and locale, or are these all... I've always thought about this.
The more we look at the different race groups on planet Earth, we call ourselves the human race, but we're not one race. We're distinctly several different race groups. And that becomes very interesting and often a very sensitive subject, but something that needs to be discussed openly without racial prejudice and so forth. So it becomes more and more compelling. The evidence becomes overwhelming that we did not really evolve to this point in time. This cradle of humankind that is being sold to the world doesn't have any human skeletons in it. We have hominids in there, Australopithecus africanus and Mrs. Pless and Littlefoot, and wonderful examples of over 500 fossils that have been excavated from the Sterkfontein caves, just sort of northwest of Johannesburg. Over 500 fossils, if I've got it right, but they're all hominids, no human skeletons there. So these are all the supposedly pre-human evolutionary states. They are not human. This has become a very hot political debate in South Africa because some people believe that you've become a racist and you're drawing racial lines here, and it's got nothing to do with that. You've got to call it what it is. You've got to call it as you find it. You can't start becoming politically sensitive to one group or another.
No, this is anthropology.
Not enough time has passed for these different race groups to have evolved. The strength of the gene pool of Africans defies the movement away from that into somebody like me who's got a little pale skin and gets burnt when I run into the sun. You know?
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense, and there's not enough time that has passed on Earth for us to have evolved so dramatically into these 3 or 4 distinctly different race groups. And that's why when I said earlier we call ourselves the human race, well, we're not really the human race. because we are not one race group. We are 3 or 4, possibly more, distinctly different race groups. But the obvious ones are the Caucasians, the Asians, the Chinese. I suppose when I say Asian, I mean the Chinese type look, and then the black African, and that is fascinating stuff, because it becomes a melting pot of debate. That
we talk about just how we evolved on this planet. Robert Safier does a very thorough job trying to coordinate all
years.
There we go. Let's get into a little Saturn theory before we go.
Chapter 14, Golden Age and Nova of Super Saturn. The great god, Saturn, identified by many names of many cultures, and often associated with the planet, which has been known in the most ancient times by that name, is the son of a god. In the ancient Buddhist liturgy, he is called Ravasuda, or son of the sun. Uranus, by his many names, does not have a father, but he is often referred to as the father of Saturn. Uranus is killed, castrated, defeated, retired, or dismissed, and usually it is the work of a Saturn figure. The physical circumstances of his end are those that may be associated with a stellar nova. As we have described it, so too Saturn comes to his end in a disastrous struggle thousands of years later, in favor of a new planetary god, Jupiter, also called by many names, and usually made the son of Saturn. There is reason to believe that the ancients, when they use the metaphor father-son, refer to sky bodies, meant the most direct and close relationship of one body to another. Saturn came into his own as king of the gods in the period following the destruction of Super Uranus and the ejection of the moon. We have recited only a portion of the mythic evidence for the period immediately following the rise of the moon god or goddess. There is little coherent knowledge of human societies of the time. Thousands of years were required for the reconstruction of the Earth's surface and the recovery of the biosphere. The possibilities of monumental and record-keeping cultures were low for many generations. Perhaps the moon would receive the extensive and obsessive worship of a great god, even the great god, for some 3,000 years before Saturn came into his own as ruler of the gods. More likely, we think, would be an earlier determination that the moon was fixed and captive, pallid, and earthly in origin, hence capable safely of dependent status
along with the Earth. Under Saturnian rule, Saturn would have ruled, therefore, either from 11,500 or from about 8,000 down to 5,700 years ago. The concluding date of 5,700 BP, before present, is related to proto-historical times, the time of the Great Deluge of Noah, in the Bible and the first dynasty of Egypt. The date is likely to be fixed with exactness someday. A Sumerian prison, for instance, names 10 kings who ruled before the flood, and says, "Then the flood swept over the earth. After the flood swept over, kingship again descended from heaven." Wiseman, the editor of the Prism, adds that there is actually a line drawn across the text to separate the post-diluvian events from those occurring before the flood. At this time, as the Saturn era moved towards a close, the disk of Saturn appeared 3 times larger than today's Sun. Well, it would have to be. Its orbit about the Sun took about 64 present days. Earth was still wheeling in orbit between the Sun and Saturn, such that from Earth, Saturn looked about 4/5 as large as the Sun. In a time close to 3 present days, Earth completed its circuit about the arc. Granted, an elliptical orbit, similar to that for binary stars of 64-day period, note D, Saturn and the Sun would apparently expand and diminish in size. Talbot, page 181. With this movement, timekeeping would be suggestible and simple. The Earth would also enjoy 2 seasons, cooler and warmer, each of more than 30 days duration. Brahma, as Super Saturn, absorbs, regurgitates, and reabsorbs as the ages pass. Mullen, page 15. So does Kronos, identified here with Super Saturn. As with Super Uranus, Kronos' instability made him less than an ideal father. In Greek myth, the great god Kronos, Saturn, swallowed at least 5 of the children born to him out of his sister's wife, Rhea. She then hid her youngest, Zeus, and fed a wrapped stone to Kronos. When Zeus matured, he led a revolt that ended in the banishment of Kronos, after he had vomited up all his children alive. He's like, I was only kidding. The interpretation here is that Super Saturn was absorbing fragments that remained from the Super Uranus debacle, or ones erupted later by Super Saturn itself. Then, during its instability, it exploded back, a number of them. Before as a nova, it fissioned into 4 major parts, corresponding in the myth to Jupiter, Zeus, his brothers Hades and Poseidon, and Saturn Minor, the distant planet of today. That Saturn possessed satellites was known to the ancients, Trishman Ogiogan. That Saturn was regarded as a second sun. A night sun is shown by Cordona, 1977, page 33. That it was bright is claimed by numerous ancient texts and authors. Surveyed by Jastrow, Mullen, Greenberg, Sizemore, and Velikovsky, 1973, 1978. Cordona, 1977. That it became exceedingly brilliant just before the deluge of Noah is implied in Hebrew legends. Trishman Ogiogan, quoting Ginsburg. One Hebrew source has the star as bright as 100 suns. That widespread cultures held Saturn, the god responsible for the deluge, is made clear by several authors already cited. That Saturn, the planet, was deemed responsible for the flood is equally plain, especially Velikovsky, 1978 and 1979. Velikovsky appears to have been the first to claim that Saturn became a nova, an idea that he found buried in Jewish rabbinical commentaries on the deluge. That Jupiter was a prime element in the nova and subsequent events is evidenced in many of the same places. Akkadian Saturn reproaches Enlil, or Jupiter, for having caused the sky waters to fall. Yes, I've heard that Velikovsky got in trouble for with certain parties, I guess, that are affiliated with that, because that was knowledge they did not want, the horde to have, I guess, for lack of a better term. But Velikovsky didn't see people like that. That's one of the things I like about the man the most. He respected people. But he never got any. In the mainstream, that is. That Jupiter was a prime element in the nova and subsequent events is evidenced in many of the same places. Ea, the Akkadian Saturn, reproaches Enlil, or Jupiter, for having caused the sky waters to fall. Tsarion, a son of Prajapati and a saintly Saturn figure, was a three-headed god with heads resembling the sun, the moon, and the fire, which we interpret respectively as Saturn itself. The celestial crescent and the electric arc Indra, a Hindu Jupiter, slew Tsarion with a thunderbolt, whereupon Tsarion's three heads shone with brilliant energy until they were cut off, and then flocks of birds flew out of them, and his fever left his body. The powers that acted in the heavens were manifested to humans amidst increasing disaster. In terror, self-abasement, and pleading, man created a Uranus heaven. Man created a Uranus heaven, religion, and hoped for cosmic tranquility. Unanimously, the legends of the world acknowledge the human to be an imperfect creation. Some have him created more than once, as for instance, the Olmecs of Mexico. They sensed faults in their powerlessness against cosmic forces. They projected, then retrojected their faults to the behavior of the gods. These notions of imperfection were indelibly imprinted. Perhaps never until the past 200 years did humans believe that they and the natural environment might be benignly controlled through human intelligence. What may have most bothered the early humans was their inability to manage their internal psychic systems. They were interminably made anxious and self-reflective by their lack of self-control. From their ungovernable alter egos arise the huge variety of traits and behavior of the gods. They are artifacts of human conduct analogized to objective features of the natural environment. In every aspect of nature could be found some psychosciognomic and behavioral parallel with the self and with the primary human group with which the self identified. This intrinsic, practically congenital confusion of the inner and outer worlds of mankind was a two-way transaction that led humans to emulate the most extreme and complex manifestations of nature, with results upon human nature and culture that were, in modern perspective, often richly conservative, but frequently self-destructive as well. When the skies opened after the lunar disaster, the new great god, Super Saturn, was visible dimly through the clouds, the Purple Dawn era. To Earth's inhabitants, they had already been religious for millennia and might readily once more identify the sky objects with human forms and actions and project their hopes and fears upon the heavenly objects newly visible. And we still do it today. You just look out there at the nebulas. It's just uncanny how they look like people. It's crazy. But I can understand if you had that stuff, just up in the immediate sky, can you imagine how awesome it would be? It would be hard not to think that they're spirits. But even with ancient man, how crazy they were. Like if you've watched the video that I made on the Greeks, the Greek way, man, despotism and hardcore religion was all there was. The only place to expand the mind in was mathematics. Go figure. Now we know why it's so prominent in today's science. They had already been religious for millennia and might readily once more identify the sky objects with human forms and actions and project their hopes and fears upon the heavenly objects newly visible. Magic, spiritualism, and animism, which have been regarded sometimes as substitutes for the predecessors of celestial religion, were derivative accompaniments of the human preoccupation with celestial behavior. They were forms of homeopathic social medicine for the great disease, the Great Schism. The first religions were, in their broadest sense, monotheistic. Heaven was worshipped as the active power. As we set forth earlier, from the very beginning, humans have tended toward a supreme God. The Chinese, with Tien, may have been the most persistent in abstracting a monotheistic idea from the heavens and using it through a succession of specifically powerful heavenly forces. The I Ching gives this sequence. The first principle is heaven, Tien, eternally present, chaos without form. The second principle is the first sun, giver of time, called the arouser. The third principle is the second sun, an orderer, the limiter. The arouser appears to have been both Super Uranus and Saturn. A merging of memories over time also has to be found in other cultures. Figure 32. The Chinese craftsman god is Paraja. Fu Si, Nu Q, measure the squareness of the earth and the roundness of heaven with their implements. The god is depicted enthroned atop a serpent-like column arm in arm with his mate. It is tempting to suggest that this picture illustrates the situation during the age of Saturn, with the god star perched atop the fiery electric arc which rose above the world and faded in the distance into the golden sky. The ancient Persians and others asserted that God created Saturn, whence Saturday, on his sixth and last day of labor, before resting on the seventh day, whence Sabbath equals rest. Cardona, 1978, page 34. The implication is that all things, the separation of heaven and earth, the celestial objects thus revealed the biosphere, the advent of the moon, and mankind, were all accomplished before Saturn appeared. Various scholars identify the biblical Elohim as Saturn, di Scintillana. More likely, the story adopts the designation of God employed during the Saturnian age, as, for example, it was assertedly retold by Moses in Genesis. But Elohim, at the beginning of Genesis, is behaving like the great inactive Demiurge brooding over the Pangean chaos, who then becomes activated as Super Uranus in the troubled phase and creates the world. As mankind, born on the sixth day, here we go, received and perceived the cosmos, whereupon a more detailed account begins, relating the Hebrew experience with Saturn as distinct from the more general aboriginal human experience. When the gods changed, humans bowed to the changes. Of course, this repeated behavior over thousands of years is a significant motif in religious history. The lamentations over the death of Saturn were worldwide, because Saturn died in what was an historical period, although little of its civilization remains. The historical and obsessive mourning shows mankind affected by, not affecting, a real tragedy. Thousands of years after the death of the second son and the end of his age, the Roman government was acting to suppress infant sacrifice to Saturn. The parallels between could you imagine sacrificing your baby? They were nuts. The parallels between Saturn and Christ as a Saturnian figure are numerous. The Passion of Christ is historically and psychologically a reenactment of the character, the unjust death, and the resurrection of the god who had died some 4,000 years earlier as Osiris, Saturn. Frequently, efforts philosophically to cover over the deep trench of tradition connecting the two gods have failed to divert the mainstream. Such efforts have built a distinctive existential character for Christ. The age of Saturn in cultural terms was probably what is usually designated as Upper Paleolithic and Neolithic. It would be the age of Atlantis and other civilizations, lost to view in the disasters that followed. Saturn, who is generally accredited with bringing agriculture and other useful arts to mankind, was the first lord of the mill, a sky wheel grinding out material and spilling it upon the earth, gold, salt, sand, and stones, before it sank into the cosmic maelstrom. It ground salt into the sea, descentillana. The Saturnian deluge was caused by a saltwater tree cut down by Tapir. According to the Huna Indians, Ibid, in Hindu myth, the gods were churning the heavenly waters and ground salt into the seas. Tresmanogi Hogan. Salt domes are among the most common of the mineral intrusions that are scattered over the Earth's surface. Small ones are about 1 cubic kilometer in extent, but some are several hundred times this extent. The largest known salt dome is in Kalu Island Bay, Merchantland, Louisiana. Its size is unknown, but it is estimated to be 43 kilometers long, 20 kilometers wide, and 6 kilometers deep. If so, it contains about 10 to the 13 tons of salt. Globally, 950 large salt domes are being used for mining. In some region, these domes are associated with petroleum and natural gas deposits. Other, figure 33, the churning of the sea. Other, Vishnu sits atop Mount Mandara, accompanied by his wife, Lakshmi. The mountain of the world is being spun as a great snake. Vasuki is pulled to and fro by the Devas, grasping the snake's neck to the left, and the Asuras holding its head to the right. Together they churn the sea of milk, producing the liquid of immortality. Unfortunately, their churning became so violent that it threatened the earth, whereupon Vishnu, as the avatar of the turtle seen here below the mountain, came to save the world by assuming the role as its pivot. Still, the world was threatened by the heat of the churning until Indra sent the deluge from heaven to quench the fire. Courtesy LaRose Encyclopedia of Mythology. Places have sulfur deposits associated with the salt intrusions. Since most salt domes have been found scattered widely from the 3 major salt dome fields known today, it is unreasonable to think that only a small fraction of the buried salt has been discovered. These immense deposits of salt in the ground suggest a non-marine source of all salt. The salt in the seas can be explained in terms of salt falls from space. That's right, and we have just tons of it. And for some reason, sea salt, not table salt, because they dye it and take all the minerals out. But sea salt is very good for you. It's got all the minerals that are in the human body. Every time I think about it deeply, it blows my mind. Something had to take place within humans had to exist. I mean, there has to be a link there. Whence comes the golden age of Saturn? We have the same amount of salt in our blood that resides in the oceans. The golden age of Saturn, Saturn is golden. Whence comes the golden age of Saturn? Saturn is golden. So is the light on Earth. The interruptions of absorbing the children were spaced out, perhaps half a dozen marking disasters over 2,300 years that followed the lunar period. Meanwhile, life on Earth may have been easy in most places. There was no ice age. Travel by boat was easy, for the breezes were mild. Antarctic may have been mapped in this age. Since an ancient map showing its outline beneath the present snow apparently has been found, and since no later age would have been able to produce it because the coastline was invisible, Hapgood, 1966. The northernmost and southernmost regions were quite habitable, even tropical. The continental shelves and slopes had become livable. There was a plenitude of moisture and all-year warmth. The plenum and electrosphere were still insulating. Further, Earth was holding its own surface atmosphere despite the thinning of the plenum under Saturn. The plenum became increasingly more transparent. The arc was less brilliant and more intermittent. Yet the fire was there, binding Earth to its great god. Kronos is addressed in an Orphic hymn as "You who hold the indestructible bond," while his Babylonian alter ego held the bond of heaven and earth, Trustman Ogie Hogan. The central fire is also represented, likely, in the innumerable pillars, phalluses, bonds, pinnacle, pyramid, and one-legged god. Talbot, 1980, page 190. Even the jagged sickle with which Kronos castrated Uranus may have symbolized the electrical axis being severed from Super Uranus. Manu, a Hindu creator god of the flood, stood on one leg for thousands of years, contemplating his world design. All of these images are closely connected with Saturn, often by name as well as by symbol. Yahweh is imagined in Jewish legend as radiant atop Mount Zion, and Kronos Saturn ruled Mount Olympus before Zeus toppled him. Super Saturn sat atop the sky, a dull red disk 3 times the size of the present sun. Because of the Earth's offset from the arc, the sub-solar position on Saturn's face was askew 21% from the center of its disk. The arc impinged upon about 5% of Saturn's face. Below Saturn, it widened like a tree until it passed Earth's horizon, where it was something like 15 degrees wide. The instant worldwide legendary connections between the Pleiades, the Deluge, and Saturn as god and planet, Cordona, 1978, point to the likelihood of the deluge as having occurred at the time when Super Saturn had masked the star group, and of the Pleiades having emerged for the first observable time in the sky at the zenith, following the clearing of this place by the actual bodies and the debris of the nova. The Pleiades were widely taken to be remnants of the deluge nova by the myths. The report of Seneca about Berosus' history, to the effect that when the stars are lined up in Capricorn, a great flood occurs, can be interpreted to mean that the deluge occurred at the time of year when Capricorn was astrologically dominant, which, in the period when astrology crystallized, would have fallen near the end of the year. But the end of the year is the end of the age of Saturn. Hence, the floods of Capricorn are associated with the Saturnian deluge. Yes, after the age of Sagittarius, which is just what I thought. That's why I did that astrology show on Sagittarius. Also to be considered is the naming of the large sky area, the Celestial Sea, where the two Pisces, the zodiacal one and the southern one, Cetus, whale, Eridanus, Styx, the river, the band, zodiacal. Capricornus and Aquarius are the dominant constellations. These aquatic images suggest the presence of vast celestial waters, and their one-time general location. Celestial aquatic motifs are common, as in the Gillespie stone, discovered near a small town of that name in northern Scotland, figure 34. At the moment of the nova, the electric arc was interpreted long enough to free Mars, Earth, Apollo, and Mercury from their million-year captivity along the axis of the binary partners. Thereupon, they orbited the Sun independently for the first time, moving along the plane close to that of the binary. Their new, roughly coplanar orbits were similar to, but much more closely spaced than the orbits of these same planets today. At the same time of its nova, Super Saturn broke into at least 3 major fragments. These pieces, constituting the present Jupiter, Saturn, and Neptune, all receded from the Sun following the fission. Jupiter, the largest surviving piece, took up a position near the Earth's present orbit. Saturn Minor, the intermediate-sized part, blew into space beyond Mars' present orbit. Neptune receded beyond Jupiter's present orbit after depositing much water into the Earth's electrosphere. In the nova, charge was expelled from Super Saturn into the plenum and dispersed in surrounding space. It was as if the mass of the system had been reduced 2 1/2-fold, so the planetary motion slowed considerably. Neptune is the Latin identity of the Greek god Poseidon, brother of Jupiter, who, with another brother, Hades, helped Jupiter overturn their father in the Nova Revolt. Poseidon was granted sovereignty of the seas and assumed his role on Earth. Before him, there had been Tethys, goddess of the sea on Earth, and Okeanos, god of the celestial sea girdling Earth. By implication, we conclude that Poseidon played a role in the deluge of the Earth. Figure 34, the Gillespie stone. An interesting collection of ancient celestial motifs, we find aquatic creatures associated with the flood, which ended the age of Saturn, the destroyer god, who felled Saturn from his perch. Stop the column at the center of the world, the 2 stars connected, representing the earlier state of the world. Intertwined serpent, or the electric arc, serpents, which was quenched by the deluge. Synchrotron radiation emitted by the planets Jupiter, Saturn, and Uranus have been detected, and cosmic ray sources have now been associated with these planets. Saturn, like Jupiter, emits much more energy than it receives from the Sun. Milton, 1978, Hunt, and Burgess. The heat excess given off by the gaseous planets is an indication of their electrical nature. The emission of X-rays by a stellar source is often taken by astronomers as an indication of a very recent thermonuclear nova. Following our theory, the X-rays emitted by stars and these gaseous planets of the solar system come from electrical transactions. The effects of the deluges of Saturn are a subject beyond the scope of this book. See Patton and Fraser, 1916. Judging by the civilizations reported to have been inundated, the fall of waters must have been worldwide and extremely heavy. Those cultures that disappeared beneath the waters, DeGrazia, 1981, are presumed to have been located at the low-lying coasts of continents, on what are now the continental shelves and slopes. The disappeared civilizations are not the only clues of how much water was involved. The great river canyons that course down the continental slopes to the abyss were in existence before the deluge, and were now inundated and probably greatly eroded, as were all of the valleys of the higher land. The Great Deluge would thus top up the ocean basins of the globe, covering the continental margins left dry after the Uranian deluges. Not only would more water fall on the earth than in earlier cataclysms, but it would fall in the much shorter period, if indeed the water came down as the Hebrew book of Genesis reports, in 40 days and 40 nights. Then 51% of the Earth's water descended in 3.5 million seconds, 411 tons per square kilometer per second. 1.5 meters of rain each hour. The whole deluge would have amounted to 1.42 kilometer depth of rain upon the Earth's entire surface. 2 miles almost, at least a mile. Much of this water would have to drain into the basins in order to deepen the seas by more than 2 kilometers. That's a lot. That such a deluge has dominated the myths and legends of the survivors is understandable. Saturn is reputed to have lit up brilliantly and preserved its light for 7 days before the deluge hit the Earth. This may be interpreted as a set of pre-fission flare-ups climaxing with the nova that destroyed Saturn. If the Earth were still only 14 gigameters from Saturn, the debris expanding away at 200 kilometers per second would encounter Earth in a little more than 19 hours. If the 40 days and nights period were of present duration, the problem of depositing so much water on the Earth would be practically impossible. Millions of heavy cyclones would be needed, even one per 30 square kilometers all over the Earth. If they were concentrated at the poles by the electrosphere high above the Earth and funneled down there, the damage might be less, but then the tremendous erosion would be visible today. We think that a longer span of time may have been required, and a day was translated memory of a longer regular interval unknown to us, a magical cipher or a historical error. The problem of deluging the Earth is nearly as difficult to cope with as the recent eruption of the Moon from the Earth. In both almost unimaginable physical phenomena must be conjectured. The biospheric aspect, which often comes first to mind, can be rationalized on the equally incredible capacity of living populations to renew themselves, even postulating Manu and his tiny crew, or Noah and his family as sole survivors. And 1,000 years of exponential growth could fill the land to overflowing. As with the deluges, one does not have to move far from the extremities of the legend to enter the realms of the possible. The astrophysical aspect is more intimidating. See Kofar. To launch the waters and other debris from Saturn is readily conceivable given the nova. To guide it and land it requires the invention of low probability solutions. Even if the dynamics thus far presented can be accepted with respect to Earth, how does one explain the absence of water on Mercury, the Moon, and Mars, all of which would have been in or near the rush of water? Well, they found water on the Moon, they found water on Mars. I wouldn't be surprised, I bet there's water on Mercury too. Where has the water gone? There is almost no sign of water on them, or its having been on them in oceans. Where, too, is the salt? Two types of probability occur. The two planets may have burst out of the magnetic tube ahead of the flood turning down towards the sun, whereas the Earth was entrapped, or else the flood can have descended the tube by a passage occupied at the moment by the Earth alone. In this case, the Moon occupied a special position besides, for it was a considerable distance from the Earth towards the perimeter of the tube. In any case, the Earth would still be luckier than Mercury or Mars, for both of these planets have ruined surfaces and no biospheres. 3 different Jewish legendary statements refer to a diminution of the Moon in size. Tressman, Ogie Hogan. This would occur presumably after the deluge, when the men followed the Earth out of the old magnetic tube and was repelled by Earth into a larger but still captive orbit. 2 legends imply that the stars multiplied then, an expected improvement of visibility in the star system SAC, the age of Jupiter now upon the world, introduced mankind to the light of the stars and the darkness of the night.
Live now.
Ego trips.
See a little bit. Catch you later,
And Enkidu teaches him, Gilgamesh, to be a little bit more humble. That's basically what the story is all about. It's a play to
a parable
to teach people humility and to be nicer to one another, and it's all a way of the elite to control people's thinking so that they don't turn on the elite,
right?
Or they I mean,
doesn't it what it always comes down to?
They would turn on the king and kill him.
Yeah.
And so they made that illegal in the eyes of who? God. You'd go to hell if you ever did that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So guess what? Nobody's gonna go kill the king now.
No, I think that's more like it. I think that's more like the origin of this story. I think that's what it's about.
Yeah.
A parable, the first type of control parable.
It's the same kind. Like, people don't think that Buddhism is a form of control, but this attainment of enlightenment is a form of control. You do these bad things, you're not going to you're not going to progress. You do all these good things, and you don't kill, and you don't do this, and you follow these rules that we set down. The only rule that you need in life, period, end of story, is do unto others as you would have done unto you. Period. That's it. I mean, you want to be killed, go kill somebody. You know, you want to poke somebody's eye out. You have your eye poked out. You know, that's the way life should be run by everybody and thought of by everybody. Do unto others.
I agree. Rather than gain advantage all the time.
You don't need any other bloody rules in life.
Do unto others, then split.
That's evil. That's pure evil. I don't like it anymore.
It's more fun though.
Yeah. Do unto others.
Split pretty quick.
No, but seriously, I see it is a control mechanism. I see that. Mm-hmm.
So this comes down to, Greg, when we were talking the other night, and that, when you started on this, and, you know, you'll be, oh, do I do this? Yeah, give it a crack, throw it out there. They're nice short videos, gets a bit of, you know, things anyway. And like I said to you yesterday, so I was trying to look up, I had to remember who I had read a few years ago. So there's a bloke in California called Monty Roberts. You ever heard of him, Rick?
No.
No, obviously not. Righto. So Monty Roberts is a bloke who's done really, really well with horses. And his big thing is this. So I sent this to Greg. For centuries, humans have said to horses, you do what I tell you or I'll hurt you. Humans say to each other still, threaten, force, and intimidate. I'm convinced that my discoveries, well, that could be horses, humans, anything.
Is this the horse whisperer?
Of value in the workplace. Yes.
The horse
in the
whisperer?
education and penal system, yes.
Okay,
yes.
Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen one of his videos.
In the education and penal system, and in raising of children. And I'm saying that none of us was born with the right to say you must or I'll hurt you to any animal or any human, right? That's one. And respect, well, his view of respect is traditional, was void of any respect for the rights, fears or desires of, well, you could call it a horse, human, whatever. So you don't care about the other person's desires or anything. You just care about number one. So, and this is true, you know. A horse or a person needs to know who is boss. This statement qualifies to anyone who's in charge to force the pain, right? So his belief is to learn, you do it with praise and respect. For these reasons, the word breaking is quite appropriate in traditional training. So you go to school, if you didn't do what you're told, what happened to you? You got belted in you, didn't you?
Or you got broke in.
No, and that's really what he's talking about. Yeah, you got broken in. yeah. So, yeah, it's taken 6,000 years to begin to realise that that's really not the best way, right? So, yeah, so I read his books going back a few years ago when we were doing eventing and stuff with horses, right? Because it does seem to work a lot easier, but it takes patience. And when Greg was, I thought, so what I'm getting at is, you're right, and people like him in the modern world have sort of found it in different ways. I don't have to.
No, Andy, keep going. We're digressing, but keep going.
Well, basically, what I'm getting at, these stories are about the ultimate way of control. What Rick says is through fear and things like that. You don't have the alternative because that could empower you.
Yes. That you actually make friends with the animal and it does it voluntarily because it wants to help you, because it feels brotherly to you, or a friend, you know, and that is the way. That is the way with horses as well, and dogs. You can't make a dog love by kicking it, you know, or a horse, and they'll do anything for you if they love you. Simple as that.
Religion is built on fear.
It's the same with a person. If a person trusts you, a person will do so much for you.
Yeah.
Basically, modern religions have the philosophy of scare people straight, make them think that where they're headed for, if they continue this path, is so grisly that it's beyond thought. So we better repent your sins and live this way. That's the way I see all modern religions.
Yeah, control systems.
Yeah.
They're
And when were they made? Back in the Roman days.
What is a sin? As Rick said before, the sin's really that I'm not following whoever's dictating the law, their law. I have an alternative. And if that are my alternative, I'm now a sinner.
So do you think these people had space stations up there and all that, like it says, or do you think that that's really taking it too far? Remember Aristotle. Okay. Aristotle said that if we really knew our true origin, it would be too wild to believe. Something to that effect. So, I mean...
Well, we have no idea, do we? We just have no idea.
We really don't.
And the only people who know anything about it could be the mystics. These the only people, like you said, the remote viewers from antiquity. They're the only people.
Which mystic do you believe? That's the problem.
That is a problem. Yeah, I think you can only believe the consensus of them, really. Or sort of, if you can glean anything out of a consensus, then go with that. Like you say, mystics is a very, very personal. It's a personal way of looking at things, isn't it? No two people have the same vision.
How do you guys view remote viewing? Do you think it's horseshit?
No, I don't think it's horseshit.
There's something there.
Mm-hmm.
There's some kind of woogie thing going on.
Woo. Yeah.
Well, I think it has more to do with the electric force and the connection, the instant connection that the sun knows exactly where the is at any one given second of. There has to be something going on there.
Then what about Pat Price's remote viewing aliens that actually observed him remote viewing them?
Sure, aliens. Come on. If there's an advanced species, it's probably, and this is going to sound stupid and silly, but Wallace Thornhill, Electric Universe, coronas of suns are what? A plasma envelope with probably a planet or two or three, maybe even inside it. Same as we were inside the brown dwarf star Saturn.
There's no doubt to me.
So if there is an they didn't go through the same thing that we went through. Our plasma shield dropping, going into this new solar environment that we're in, that changed us, that changed our Earth, that expanded our Earth, giving the Earth way more energy than Saturn could. That expanded the Earth 50% or maybe a little less, but increased the gravity about 50%.
Yeah, I agree.
Yes, and that brings us. See, I have no doubt in any of that. I'm sure of it, but.
We witnessed Soho and all of these cameras focused on the sun. We can see stuff going into the sun and not causing any problem, and then we see stuff shooting out of the sun, and these bubble. I'm pretty sure double layer bubble that sit there and look like they drain energy off the sun. What is that?
Yeah, no doubt. I've seen that before.
So the only thing that makes sense is if double layers can keep out temperatures of 87,000 degrees, Well, don't you think that they could probably protect a ship against a sun, creating a double layer so that all that energy doesn't penetrate to the surface of the ship? Who knows? There could be a way more advanced species inside the sun, and they could have claim to this solar system too.
Yep.
Because we're the intruders.
That's right.
We came in through Saturn. It was pulled into this solar system.
Mm-hmm.
Boom.
And if there were beings on the sun, they'd be very highly energetic beings as well. Not
in the sun, not on the sun. They would have to be inside the corona. They wouldn't survive on the surface. It's 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 degrees there, man.
It is, but like you said, there's double layers, so that's the surface, and you could just go under the surface, and maybe it's cool.
No, the sun's surface is probably a double layer, but there are other double layers in its atmosphere as well. Just like
the ionosphere of the Earth.
Layers.
The ionosphere of the Earth has 400,000 volts in it.
Yeah,
of positive electricity. If it was to be ionized, the Earth would look like a star.
It's the whole. Look at the electric discharges to see the different double layers in the Earth's atmosphere. Way up high, we get the elves, and there's another type of discharge that's above the elves.
Yeah.
Then we get what? The blue jets.
The Earth and the Sun are connected in real time.
Or sorry, no, then we get the red sprites. Then we get the blue jets on top of the thunderclouds. And then we get electric discharge within the layers of the thunderclouds. And then we get the electric discharge, the short circuits between the ground and the cloud and the bottom double layer of the atmosphere. There's multiple double layers in Earth's atmosphere. The sun probably has multiple double layers as well. So does Venus so does Jupiter and Saturn.
Mm-hmm.
What?
So really, we are a duplicate of, you could say, in a smaller way, we are a duplicate of what you're talking about with the sun. The sun is just bigger, hotter than we are.
Hey, check this out.
And that ionosphere is doing the same to us as what you're talking about with the sun. It's protecting us.
No, the sun shortened our lives.
We can live with.
Yeah, the sun shortens our lives.
Yeah,
the sun shortened our lives.
We lived longer when we were in the red light of our star.
Yep.
Yes, but more I'm getting at, even when we're in the red light, we would have had something. There would have been something that still gave you some protection from too much energy.
What the problem is all these cosmic rays and stuff that just zip right through you. Mm-hmm. If you're contained inside a corona of a sun, mm-hmm. you think any of these super heavy or super light energetic particles is going to penetrate into that plasma? No, they're going to be captured inside that plasma double layer.
That's why they lived so long.
they lived so long.
Yes.
Yeah.
Check this out. One day, INGO SWANN, who was a famous remote viewer, decided on remote viewing the planet Jupiter. During the time, the NASA Pioneer 10 was to make a flight around the planet. INGO described a ring around Jupiter before the astronauts could even take a picture. And, this isn't going where I thought it was going to go. This incident was published by Stanford University. Regardless, many scientists were impressed by the information and most accepted the existence of remote viewing. Among the many different successes that INGO SWANN remote viewed, okay, maybe we're getting there, on the objects found on the moon. Unfortunately, he also went through mistreatment by some CIA officers. At times, the CIA already had information on the locations he was asked to remote view. INGO claimed they never really needed his help. He remote viewed some aliens, I think, on the moon. You've lost me? Are you back?
Well,
so I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get to where, and he said while he was remote viewing these aliens, they discovered his presence, and he got scared, and they even tried to follow him back. That's pretty wild, man.
Yeah,
I thought this was going there, but I don't think it is. It's just talking about the CIA. But I saw Ganymede and Jupiter there, and I thought it was going to go there, but he just talks about, this is just kind of tame. I want to see the one where he was talking about having dine-outs and freaking Enceladus, and it was crazy. I'm like, oh, come on. That's got to be ridiculous. But then everybody says, no, remote viewing works. It's real. But, how do you know? It could just be your imagination.
I've had a good experience with remote viewing, Greg.
Tell me about it.
I don't know if I told you, I predicted the first three horses in the Grand National, which is a very popular horse race over here. There's about 30 horses run over a 3-mile course, and I don't know if you're aware of, you know it. And I got the first 3 horses. Unfortunately, you've got to be very specific with the questions you ask, and I didn't get them in the right order. I was so confident that I had the right solution that I just threw the money on the nail, didn't go each way on it or anything like that, and I would have won about just for a £5 bet, I would have won about £800. And
wow, man, you should have went with it.
I know. Well, I did. I went, but I put I picked the first, second, and the third horses in my confidence, in my supreme confidence. But the third came in first, and the second come in third, and the first come in second. So I got a few pounds out of it, but not like £1,000, which I would have done if I'd have asked my question right. And yes. I mean, I concentrated on the question, and the answer came to me, and it came visually, and I've done it. It's not the only time I did it, because I did these exercises, and I could really get them right, provably. Maybe more than 50% of the time, I would get a shape, and it'd work out correct. You know, that you can't exactly see when something comes into your mind, when the question you ask for, a picture sort of formulates in your mind, you can't necessarily see what it is. It's got a shape, so you might just quickly scribble the shape down, and then you might get a feeling of blue or purple or a colour, so you'll put that down, and it all adds up to something. Like for me, I could picture the colour of the horses that came past the winning line, and what colours the jockey had on, and that's how I did it. And it's the same with remote healing. That seems to be
it's a connection to the ether, that connection that everything shares, that electric connection, that or energy connection. I don't know if you can call it electric at that point. It's some
information field. There's some information field that we can get hold of.
It builds all the electrons of all the different varieties of electrons that exist out there. The proton and the electron are probably one and the same particle, just at different energy states, at different frequency levels. I've been talking to a fellow named Robert, and he's been an interesting fellow to talk to, and I'm impressed with you know him. He's in the EPCM chat.
Robert Ashcroft.
Ashcroft, yeah.
Robert Ashcroft.
I didn't want to use his last name.
On that thing,
damn
All right,
you.
well, check this out. Okay, I just want to read this. It's just.
Can you cut that out? Don't use his name, eh?
I'll cut it out. Okay, this is what I'm talking about right here. INGO concludes he is likely on the dark side of the moon and is surprised to detect what he interprets as the presence of some sort of atmosphere. This, of course, would only be the beginning of his surprises on this viewing. After this unusual and comparatively tame experience, he is given another set of coordinates on the moon by Axel, at which point he becomes aware of a greenish haze. He reports that this haze appears to be emanating from a crater and surrounded by darkness. Now, I think automatically of that one crater with the blue, but this says green. Before reporting that this haze appears to be coming from actual lights given off a green hue on the top of towers of some kind. At this point, he apologized to Axel, assuming this vision must be a consequence of some kind of error, since he assumes that there cannot possibly be lights on the moon. At this point, Axel appears bewildered and asks him if he is indeed certain that he is seeing actual lights. INGO goes on to tell Axel that the towers which possess the lights appear to be extremely large. He asks Axel if either NASA or the Soviets have some kind of secret base on the moon. He receives no answer. As INGO wrestles through how this could possibly be, he straightforwardly asks Axel if the technology he is viewing is not ours, to which Axel responds with a grin, "Quite a surprise, isn't it?" Shortly after this, Axel admitted to INGO that this psychic expedition did indeed involve attempting to interpret photographic evidence that had been acquired from the moon, but whose resolution was not adequate to the task. It is at a point that they brought INGO in for the job. Here's the good stuff. At the next session, Axel gave INGO more coordinates on the moon, at which point he reported towers, various machines giving off lights of various colors in the midst of unusual buildings. Some of these buildings, in INGO's mind, had clearly been designed by some sort of being, and in some sort of a being, and for some sort of being, rather than being the product of some kind of cosmic accident. At this point, he described what he interpreted as some sort of being, males, who were either human or at least humanoid, naked and performing some kind of task on the moon. They appeared to be surrounded by a green mist and digging into a hillside or cliff. I'll just stop there. I mean, that's pretty freaking wild. And he goes on to say that they discover him and they chase him out of there. He got scared. Now, how could they discover him? Wow. That must mean there must be some kind of real physical travel of something. The Ka that the Egyptians speak of. Perhaps. Did I lose you guys?
I think the Ka is confused for the soul, which is also confused for this connection that we all share to this ether, that we can all connect, but some are more genetically in tune to connect to it more easily. We all get feelings and deja vu and things like that.
Yeah,
we all get that. There's a basic level of connection, and then there's other levels that some of these people can see, perhaps the faint ring around Jupiter before scientists see it. If they're astral projecting, in the area of Jupiter, and they happen to look over there and they see this ring, they'd know, right?
Yeah. In his
so
vision.
there are good things about that, but you have to remember that a lot of people in this field make it their living. And just like fiction books, they're making stuff up. Not all of it, not the base stuff that they're experiencing, but they're adding to the story to make it more, have it more
sensationalized.
Yeah, well, not sensationalized, but they're adding to the story to give it more punch.
It says Some of the beings began to talk excitedly and point in his direction. Ingo explained this to Axel and asked him if they also possess psychic abilities.
Well, humans do that, right? Go ahead.
Responded, yeah, by physically advising Ingo to physically move away from this place. At this point, Ingo began to fear for his safety and asked Axel if it were possible that they would harm or even kill an earthbound psychic if they knew that such psychic possessed the capacity to spy on what might be intended as clandestine activities. Axel assured Ingo, there is no conclusive evidence to suggest that. A tepid and hardly reassuring response that caused Mr. Swan to become quite upset. Anyways, it goes on, and it's, I read this once before, and it's just what, wow, man, it's too much to believe in. I just dissed it, right? It's being nothing. But then the more people I talk to and ask about remote viewing, just about everyone I've asked about remote viewing says they think it's real.
There's something to it. I'm not going to say that it's real the way that it's described by a lot of these people and their visions that they see. Mm-hmm. A lot of it has flavor added to it, obviously.
Yes, I agree.
That's what humans do. Mm-hmm. So, but again, the base, their base experience will give them some information because, again, we're connected to Jupiter, we're connected to Saturn, we're connected to the moon, if we're connected to the ether and the ether is everywhere and in everything, then guess what? We're all connected to everyone and everything, and I mean we can go there and experience that if our minds have the ability to do that, if we're genetically tuned to easily do that. Some people need to take drugs to get there.
Yeah.
Some people need to have a near-death experience to get there.
Yeah. I think people had the ability and are more likely lost it because our minds are so cluttered up with shit now,
Yep.
Thinking
we were telepathic at one time, perhaps.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
I think it was more animalistic in the past.
Good to see you.
Oh my gosh, I've been worried about you.
I gotta turn you up really low. Hold on. See what I can do. Yeah. Go ahead.
So I can tell by the way you're talking, whatever's happening there, I'm not sure, but...
Well, I was diagnosed with tongue cancer.
Tongue cancer?
Tongue cancer, yeah. And I tried to treat it myself for a year, and I made a mistake. But, I watched my mom die from radiation. And I thought it was the radiation that killed her. So I had an attitude against it from the start, But I came to my senses when my tumor got out of hand. It was like I was growing a second head. I went into, I had no choice. I went to the hospital. All that alternate stuff didn't amount to a hill of beans.
Right.
And they radiated me for 4 weeks. And I had chemo. And the last PET test I had was last week. It came back with no cancer. So I'm cancer-free.
My God.
I know. Praise the Lord, right?
Oh, okay.
But here's the thing. It changed my throat because I was radiated. I mean, I was on the verge of radiation sickness.
Right.
If the treatment don't kill you, it kills the cancer. Well, my tongue is still swollen, but here's the scary part. My doctor can't guarantee that when or even if it will heal, because he said you'll never be the same again. And I have swallowing issues. My throat has shrunk, and my tongue is just way too big for my mouth. And it's swollen.
It's going to stay swollen?
Well, he really didn't let me know one way or the other. He said that it's, you know, it could. Yeah.
Yep. He can help. Wow.
But it could also heal, but it'll take months.
Yes, I could see that because the radiation killed the good things too.
Yeah.
So you're going to have to rebuild your good stuff.
My tongue is reforming, right? But it's like
Right. What about
taking
stem
too much
cell
room.
therapy? Can't they give you stem cell therapy or something?
I don't
Doesn't that
know.
help?
I'm going to see an ear, nose, and throat doctor on Wednesday.
I ask him about it. I mean,
Yeah, I'm going to find out if there's anything, maybe click with surgery or something that can be done. My tongue is come down a lot. I mean, I'm almost talking normal, but it's still huge. It's way too big for my mouth.
I'm
And
so glad
it
that that's
hurts.
what it is. Wow.
Yeah, I made it. I survived it. I beat it. But, you know, am I ever going to be normal again? I can only pray that I am. I'm going to work
Yes.
at it every day.
Well, but you know, you don't. At least you're not full of cancer. I mean,
Right.
To me, that's because I've just had the worst month. This month has been just the worst month.
Why?
And well, my best friend
Yeah.
had her boyfriend, and this guy is somebody that I introduced her to, and I've known him for 30 years.
Oh boy.
Anyway, and you know, anyway, they got together, and they've been together for about 8 years. But about 5 years ago, he started showing symptoms of mental health issues. I mean, he just started getting weird and paranoid and weird. Anyway, it was escalating, and I mean, I could see that this was going to be one of these things that, you know, he's going to end up killing. Anyway, he never had a job. I mean, she's always had a job. She's a paralegal, and she worked from home. She bought a beautiful home and a beautiful area, and he's never done anything. Never done anything. He just has been leeching off of her for all this time. She spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on him, and anyway, finally, it came to a head, or you know, when she finally got enough guts to leave, and it's her house, belongs to her, but she just threw some stuff together. She came over to my house and she said, "Can you keep this for me?" And it was just like, you know, just little like jewelry, some stuff she inherited, and some photos and stuff. And she said, I'm not going back home. I'm gonna go to the police, and I'm gonna get help to get him out of my house because he won't leave the house.
Right.
So anyway, it was like a couple of weeks went by, and she was doing this, and this was just last week, like last Wednesday.
It took her 2 weeks to get him out.
No, she didn't. Okay, it took her 2 weeks before she finally went to the cops.
Oh, okay.
To get help. Anyway, this guy had an arsenal of weapons anyway that he shouldn't have had, and I mean, there's a long story behind him, but anyway, she went to serve him, and he refused. He wouldn't let anybody come in. You know, he refused. He wouldn't talk to anybody, and he wouldn't let anybody come in the house. And she told them, well, she knew that he had weapons, so they said, well, you know, we're not gonna, you know, we're gonna let him do his thing because this is a neighborhood full of people, and you know, we can't just. And SWAT team came and all this other stuff.
Oh,
anyway, she had texted my husband and told my husband that
Just happened to have his number handy.
Well, but she told my husband, she said that, you know, Aaron had barricaded himself in the house.
Oh boy.
And
that
now the house is on fire. So Andy, and then Andy got another call from somebody and said, turn on the news because Suzanne's on the news. So he did, and I came walking down, you know, and I'm like, and Andy goes, that's Suzanne's house. And I'm like, what? And the thing was just engulfed. I mean, it was just a raging fire.
Oh,
and there was, you know, cops, all kinds of police and you know, firefighters and stuff. and they wouldn't really do anything. They just tried to contain the fire so that it wouldn't get out of control, but they couldn't do anything because, according to them, he had weapons. But there's no way anybody could survive the fire that was going on. I mean, there's no way. Anyway, so that was something I was worried about. Plus, she had her 2 cats, and I didn't know if he, what would he do? Would he put them outside? Would he just let them burn up? I mean, I don't know, and that worried me. But anyway, it turns out, I guess he did shoot himself. He started the fire and then shot himself, and let himself burn up in the fire, which.
Man,
it's very, very hard to.
The world is going crazy, probably.
This is craziness, but I mean, this is somebody that I've known for 30 years, and I just, I close my eyes and I just see this guy completely charcoal burned up, and did he feel it? Did he feel getting burned? I mean, this is the stuff I'm feeling. But anyway, they found the cat. One of her cats he had put her in the shed, so that was nice, but as we talk with other people that were that we knew him, he tried to get people that he thought his girlfriend was having an affair with, which she never ever went out on him once, but this is how he got paranoid about. Anyway, he was trying to coax people to come over to their house. I have a gift I want to give you. He wanted to kill people. Anyway.
Hey, Donald Wade, it's good to see you, buddy. Always good to see you too, Jamalama. Just looking at the chat. Edward, good chat tonight. You were top. I have to remember your name. What do you think of the whole, have you been following the Charlie Kirk affair?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Okay, say it again.
I know I'm hard to understand. I have a swollen tongue, but it's getting better. It's just taking a long time.
It'll get better.
I hope so. Have you been keeping up with the Charlie Kirk assassination?
Oh, you know what? No, I have not.
It's a real weird deal, man.
One conspiracy thing that I haven't been keeping up with. But you know what?
That's a weird deal.
It's because it's all weird.
The Jew was assassinated, allegedly, by a lone knot, like they always are, It's an institution. It's been around for about 1,200 years. But the lone nut shot him with a 30-06. And here's the thing. From 140 meters. Which is,
what?
From 140 meters.
Okay.
But anyways, so if I shot a 30-06, I used to go deer hunting every fall. I don't anymore, but when I was a young man. And, man, if he would have been hit with a 30-06, it would have blown his head half off.
Yeah,
he
I agree.
He just got this little hole in his neck, and no blood, just fell. It really looks more to me like a 22 round. Or something like that.
Okay, a friend of mine was talking about that, saying
here's
that
the thing: the guy gets he has a screwdriver to break down the rifle. Allegedly, he leaves the screwdriver on the roof, but somehow gets the rifle to the woods, where he's seen on camera with nothing. Now explain that to me. That's just weird, man.
Okay, so what do you think is really going on?
I think he was murdered. It was planned. It was a planned hit, and this kid is a stooge.
They're using the kid as a
patsy.
Yeah, which is their MO, right? This is what they always do.
Exactly. Same thing as with Kennedy.
And then people like us or whatever just go, wait a minute. There's too many things that don't make up. That they don't add up. So.
Well, I've been watching a couple of channels from a couple of Navy SEALs, snipers. They know their craft, and they're looking at it going, there is no way that was a 30-06. And they show, I apologize for my voice, folks. I'm raring to go, but my tongue just isn't ready.
Don't apologize. It's great.
But can you understand me?
Oh, I can understand you.
Okay. so at least halfway legible.
Yes.
Anyways, they showed, they took a skull in gelatin, you know, and shot it from 140 meters, which is like 200 yards, or something to that effect. And
That's a long...
it blew that skull into pieces.
Right.
And when Charlie was
So
shot,
where do you think the shot came from?
the side. There's even a little muzzle flash. They got another camera. There was 3 or 4 cameras, and from that camera angle, you see a little flash, and then you see him get the exit wounds, which many people think, and then him collapsing to the left. So he must have been shot from the right. But if he was shot from the right front, where we know from Kennedy, he fell back and to the left. He just fell to the left.
So yeah, okay.
So and a 30-06 is a massive weapon. You know, when you fire it, you fear it because it's got one mule kick. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You put that on your shoulder and you just casually pull the trigger. That's some bitch will kick.
Well, okay, I have a question. Wouldn't it the shot that hit him in the neck, wherever it came from, if it was two different gunmen, wouldn't they had to have synchronized the time they shot so that even though the shot, how does that work?
Well, first of all, the question that was asked to him was how many shooters from mass shootings have been transsexual. And Charlie said, with or without gang violence. And then he was shot. That quick. So that guy had a boyfriend that was trans, and they belonged to this crazy furry club. I never heard of it, but it's something immature, you know, the furries, you know, and they have their own little language or whatever. But but I just don't think that this kid just woke up and decided to shoot, you know, Charlie Kirk. And then they got this contrived text messages that seemed like a romantic novel, you know, or it was written in the 20s. It's just, there's no timestamps. What he is doing is he's exonerating his trans lover because he knows that it's going to be read, right?
Right.
So he said, oh, you didn't do it. You didn't kill him, did you? Oh, that's my love. I had to. You know, have you heard it? Have you read it? You haven't followed it at all?
No.
Well, this is what they're saying.
But it's getting more and more convoluted. I could see that.
Well, see, Charlie Kirk's been working since he was 18 years old. You know, he was politically minded very young. But he was on the right, Christian all the way, loves Jesus, but received a giant donation from AIPAC.
Oh, okay.
So he embraced Israel with the, Judeo-Christian, speak up, speak well about us, and blah, blah, blah. Well, apparently, I don't know, this is from the rumor mill, so I have to say allegedly, there was he had Tucker Carlson at one of his last events, and a lot of his donors were up in arms and threatening to pull the plug because he had Tucker Carlson on that spoke ugly truth about Israel. They don't want that. They don't want that.
Right. And why doesn't Tucker Carlson get killed? Well,
he's
that's
got a lot of light on him. If they kill him, I don't know. Him like Kenneth Owens, they got a lot of light around them right now. It wouldn't be very wise to do something like that.
To start
but
killing
Charlie
everybody.
Kirk, an up and comer, You know, you could tell the kid was gifted. He was young, he was gifted, but his mind was in the right place. And what he was trying to do was have debates with extreme people on the left. I mean, those crazy people with blue hair and shit. You know, that have these crazy things like Trump's Hitler and all that. Which, if you ask me, it's contributed to the violence, all the rhetoric that comes from TV. But, you know, I don't know. I just think it goes deeper. I think that he was about to turn on Israel, and they couldn't have that.
Oh.
Did you know that Israel, with the last visit they had to the White House, they bugged the Secret Service emergency vehicles and even tried to bug Trump's office?
Yep. I heard that, yeah.
That's like an act of war.
And you know, this whole thing, Trump, he's just, I don't know what happened there.
I don't know. He caved like a tin of butter. Very disappointed. Very disappointed.
I mean, he lied. He lied. I mean, big time. And he was like, oh my God.
Yeah. The first thing to come along was the whole, like, ew, Jeffrey Epstein, you still talking about that? I mean, that just rubbed me sideways.
Right.
And I didn't like that. And Pam Bundy scrambling for him. And I went from thinking she was gorgeous to kind of like wondering if she's all there. Anyways, the only one so far that's doing his job is Robert Kennedy Jr. He's messing them up. Fired the CDC with director. He's doing his duty.
Okay, what about the thing with Elon Musk? They were like buddies.
You know what? He was getting torn apart. They were tearing up his charging stations, attacking his vehicles. He had to get out of there. So they just separated themselves. So if you have to say something harsh, go ahead. You know, so that's where it is.
Okay.
I think it's just friends. I just think that they strategically did that to get Musk off the hook. Because he was hated by... You know, some guy wrote Charlie Kirk is burning in hell. And it had 40,000 likes. And I thought, never in my life did I ever see human beings conduct themselves in such a way.
I know.
Celebrating someone's murder.
And anymore nowadays, can you be sure that half those people weren't bots stuck in there?
Yeah, but have
just
you seen, like, there's this one program I watch. It's funny. It's an Australian channel called Sky News, but it's this Indian girl who does a show called Lefties Losing It. Look for it. It's funnier than hell. It shows people on TikTok videos actually dancing because Charlie Kirk got shot.
Oh, I saw some girl. She was like, she had some song she was singing about how he's dead. He got shot in the head or something.
Yeah. It's insane. Where's their humanity? Even if some left-wing nut got killed, I wouldn't celebrate.
But anymore, can you? They can generate. They can, whoever they are, can generate, have AI generate, and you can't tell you cannot tell the difference unless you take the video and you upload it, and AI tells you whether it's AI generated or not.
Yeah, and there's something. They put that text between the boyfriend and the girlfriend in an AI, and it came back 100% AI. And they did it again 2 days later, and it came back 100% human written.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, it's.
Yeah.
Okay, so now I can't trust anything I'm seeing online.
And even though we had, Trump will always be a better choice than Harris. on
Yeah,
any day.
I agree with that.
But I mean, they're starting to do things like talk about hate speech, and they decide what's hate speech. That's you can't have that. Can't have it.
Well, I mean, actually, we think we have free speech, but we don't. Not really.
You know, in Germany, people are getting put in jail for up to 3 years for writing something online.
Wow.
We want that to happen here? Hell no.
Wow.
You know, I mean, Trump's doing really good on certain parts of his job, like illegal immigration. He's cracking down on education, which needed it years ago. He's doing a lot of good things. But this Epstein thing is hanging over him like a black cloud. And then him towing the line for Netanyahu. What, is he afraid of him or something? What do they got on him?
There's something going on. There's something, obviously, everything's got something going on between whatever. But
I mean, he just like ignores his whole agenda and runs over there to kiss his ass. I don't get it.
I don't get any of it. So that's why I kind of stopped looking at, or even bothering with, finding, like, seeing what's the latest news about whatever, because it's just, I just don't. It's too overwhelming, and then you hear about the stuff, and then you won't hear about it anymore. Whatever the thing was, you won't hear about it no more.
The memory hole. I know, like the shooter from, the Trump, the first assassination when he got hit in the ear. That you never hear about that. They never follow up on
like
that.
when he's talking about the Epstein thing. Okay, he was gonna put the list out for everyone to see.
Yeah. How about that? A 180. But here, you gotta know something.
With no explanation.
If Trump was dirty, Epstein and the government knew it, Biden would have buried him with it. He had 4 years with it.
Well, that's true. I mean, that's.
You don't think they wouldn't have buried him? Look what they were doing to the man. He was indicted more times than Al Capone.
Yeah, I know it.
It's insane. They tried to bankrupt him, and that didn't work. They tried to kill him. Well, first they tried to put him in prison, and he emerged a bad mofo. But this whole thing with him and Israel, it's really a turnoff.
Well, okay.
When's America going to be first? We don't want a war in Iran. Screw that. Screw that.
Yeah, he was supposed to, make America great again. A great big joke. We're a big joke.
Yeah. I don't understand it. I mean, I have nothing against Jewish people. They're wonderful people. But I just don't understand the whole lobby, the whole Netanyahu thing. That dude is just like on a mission.
And how old is that guy?
I don't know, but he's got.
Because it seems like I've been hearing that guy's name ever since I was little. I mean,
ever since the 90s, yeah.
I mean, come on.
Right when Rabin was killed. Their prime minister was assassinated in the 90s. And so many think that Netanyahu was behind that.
I believe it.
The dude's evil. I mean, not every country can't have every president be, look at us. Look at all the shitty presidents we've had, Well,
I mean,
they have a shitty leader. He's a shitty leader.
Yeah.
He's a bully. They need someone in there that's a little bit more class. It's just
I have a question.
Wrong
what
guy.
happened with the tariffs? You don't hear any more information about how he raised these tariffs. He made these outrageous tariffs.
Yeah, Trump. Sometimes can get carried away.
What's going on with that? Is it?
Well, it's basically he's using them as a penalty. Like right now, he wants to try to force Putin to the table. He wants to stop the war in Ukraine because he wants a Nobel Prize.
I thought the war was over.
No. They can't. That Zelensky guy is slippery. He can't pin him down. They should just get rid of that leadership, cut off all aid, and say, you're on your own, pal. I'm sorry. But that's the way it goes.
We gave, we've given
we got
everybody
like
else all our
10,000
money.
mercenaries there.
Wow.
Yeah.
These are mercenaries. So
Yeah.
these are people that are getting paid a lot of money.
Paid. No.
Oh.
And there's 1.7 million Ukrainians dead. Imagine that.
How many Russians? How many Russians?
Men. Like 40 to 60,000. Russia's crushing them. They're just going slow because Putin doesn't want to occupy Kiev. And if he goes any more west, he's going to have to take Kiev. That could mean level on the place, and he doesn't want to do that. Actually, Putin is not a bad person. He might be a monster or a predator, but he's thoughtful. He thinks. He takes his time.
Right.
He's deliberate. He's practical. Russia doesn't want to take any more Ukraine, but they don't want the Russian-speaking population that lives there to be abused anymore because they've been treated really bad by these guys who are literally trying to wear SS uniforms, like they're in the Washington SS that fight for Ukraine.
Yeah.
I mean, they're just all criminals and hoods, and there's good Ukrainian people in the middle. It's sad to see, that money is, the culprit, the love of money is the culprit for people slaughtering each other.
Yes.
It saddens me. When will we ever get away from that?
Never. We want to get rid of, to abolish money. And even if you're done with money, I mean, if somebody has more than somebody else, the other person wants what the other person has, always.
And people never had enough. I mean, look at the Obamas. They got 8 homes. 8 homes? Why
what do they need?
Have 8 homes? That's crazy.
What was I going to say? I was going to say something. I mean, I'm thinking about things that were a big deal before that just kind of went silent, and I never heard any resolution to any, things like.
There never is.
Oh.
I mean, you look at all the ex-presidents. I mean, outside of Bush, who has kept a low profile, you got Obama and Clinton. Now, Clinton, he's got his own helicopter pad, his $20 million mansion.
Right.
And Obama's got all his homes and boats, and who knows where Big Mike is, or Michelle. That whole marriage is concocted. The whole thing was just a big fucking psyop.
Yeah, it is. I see Andrew came.
Finally.
Hey,
Hi.
Andrew, what's up, buddy?
Well,
I hope you can deal with my voice. I know it's.
Yeah, I can. My only question is, will it recover?
I don't know. That's the only thing. The doctor can't tell me one way or the other. He said it should, in time, swelling should go down. But he said there might be a chance, Greg, that it never will.
Oh, God.
I know, it scared me. And I said, no, I can't accept that.
No.
Wish you wouldn't have never told me that.
I know, huh? Well, I know. That would have been better if he didn't tell you that.
Right. Right. But I expect it to heal. It's come a long way. Let me tell you. 2 weeks ago, I was laying in bed with my tongue on fire, even though I was eating pain pills like chiclets.
Wow.
It didn't help much, and I laid in bed so much, I got atrophy, my legs.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and I had to start riding my bike and walking to the doctors and going to the hospital, once or twice a week.
Man, when you're feeling like shit, that's a big,
Well,
it's so hard.
I hit bottom, yeah. I was like out of energy. I was starting to really think that it wouldn't be so bad to be dead.
I could see that.
And then I snapped out of it and got back with the program. Because I'm needed here. I have duties, I have work to do.
Got your kids.
My kids, my channel, everything that I love, It's funny, sometimes even the things you love become disinteresting.
Right.
When you're depressed.
I mean, when you kind of dropped off there for a while, I was like, oh, this isn't good.
Yeah, I was fighting a lot of things. And mostly I was in pain.
Yeah.
But I was fighting anxiety, fear.
Yes.
Fear can really make you anxious.
I mean, you have people that are around you. I mean, where you actually live, that are supportive, right?
Oh, my son has been such a blessing. He's there for me every minute, every step. He spent every hour in the hospital with me. At one time, I was unconscious. Well, I started spitting up blood. Where it was a typical Sunday, and we sat down to watch a show, and we watched some show called Yellowstone. Anyway, we sat down to watch a show, and I hacked up something kind of mash, It was dark, the lights were out. When I spit it out, like in the very dim light, it looked black.
Uh-oh.
And I said, what was that? So I said, Greg, I'm spitting out something black. And I hacked it up again. It was like a mash. It turned out to be not black. It turned out to be blood. I was spitting out bloody masses. And if you ask me what I think it was the tumor. That's what I think it was. But I went to the hospital and they took me right away. And they put me under. But I wasn't under. They tied me to the bed and they intubated me.
They intubated you?
Yeah, I was unconscious, but conscious. I couldn't breathe through my nose.
Oh, God.
And all of a sudden, something's breathing for me. And I'm like, what the fuck is this? So I sat straight up. And they're like, there's no way. The guy's got 35 milligrams of that, what is that stuff that killed Michael Jackson? Propylene, propylol, or whatever.
Oh, my God.
He said, I can't in good conscience give a person more than 35 milligrams. And he said, he's sitting up. I was like, get me out of this. I couldn't speak, but I'm trying to get that message across. And I just laid back down and closed my eyes. It must have raised the number. Because I didn't wake up for 2 days. And
wow.
And it went by like that, like a
right.
I just remember waking up and my son being there. And I had a sore throat, and I said, hey. And he said, oh, you're back. I'm like, what do you mean I'm back?
God.
He said, I've been sitting here for 2 days, he said. Oh
my God.
So what they did was they went in my groin with an exploratory camera and went all the way up to my neck. I was unconscious.
Right.
But they couldn't find the bleed. They had it for a little corduroy thing and everything.
Yeah.
they found low bleeds. They came back out. That's when all the drama started happening, with me getting up, sitting up, and all that. I've always had a high tolerance, and then they kept me there for observations mostly, to see if they were afraid my throat would close. I wouldn't be able to get air.
Right.
And that's about the worst it got. And ever since then, when I spent 6 days in the hospital, it was really awful. It was just awful. And I came home and, I'm starting to trying to get into my routine. But pain has been holding me back,
Right.
And now I'm kind of getting past the pain and using my tongue, talking more, and getting the swelling down. Because once I do that, as fast as it looks, then I can concentrate. I may have to have some kind of corrective surgery with my throat, because when I drink water or liquid, real thin liquid, like pop of water, I aspirate some of it.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. So I'm like, trying my throat, coughing, trying to get it out. That's not normal.
No, that's bad.
It's bad.
That's bad. You do aspirate. I mean, that's just, you're getting stuff in your lungs. That's not good. Foreign objects in there, liquids, whatever. That stuff sits around. There's nothing.
I'm going through an ENT. I hate. You know what? I hate talking about myself, but I know a lot of people are interested.
Well, we all are.
Why? Like, you don't talk about yourself that often, so why be upset?
Well, I just, I feel kind of.
I mean, it's helpful for people to hear this stuff because.
Yeah, because it's funny because a friend of mine that I used to play baseball with got the same thing, got the same cancer.
What?
Yeah, he was diagnosed with lymph nodes of the neck cancer. I had tongue cancer, but he had.
At the same time as you?
He's just now going through radiation. I said, isn't that something? Wow.
Okay, that's too much, because that's a real. You're the first person I've ever known, and I used to be an oncology nurse. I never knew anybody that had tongue cancer.
Yeah, it's and it's painful. Man, the tongue is a big organ. It goes from your throat all the way up to your mouth, out, right? It's a big organ.
Wow.
I feel every square inch of it.
So does it hurt to talk?
Not anymore. It used to.
Well, that's good, though. That's good that it doesn't,
Somebody's typing like a motherfucker.
I know.
Who the hell is
not
that?
me. It's
Is that
not
like,
me.
what, speed unit? Take some more Adderall, man.
Someone's types 100 and something a minute.
Yeah. I typed in something words in there.
It's got to be Andrew.
Yeah.
Yes.
What are you looking for?
I'm not looking for anything. I'm multitasking.
Kill your mic while you multitask. I just wanted to say hello. I haven't spoken with you in either one in a long time. So I'm sorry that my voice.
I have nothing new to say. I'm not a professor. I'm not an inventor. I don't make cool shit. I just talk about the things that other people do. I'm a commentator. I'm not I'm no one important.
What do you make of the Russia-Ukraine war?
Well, it's not exactly hard to figure out. I mean, smart people kind of understood what's happening. It's basically Russia trying to take as much territory as possible when they could, and the eastern Ukraine being mostly Russian
speaking. Yeah.
I don't want to say occupied.
Speaking. If they speak Russian.
Well, yeah, well, that's where the people come from, so it's a convenient excuse.
Right.
Although the whole Nazi thing, it's like, look, if that was the real problem, offer like 1,000 men and say, hey, we're going to work with your police to weed out those people, and like we're going to make it worth your while, and they could have done that.
What do you make of the rumors that they resorted to kidnapping people off the street to put them on the front? Is that true?
It's literally impossible to know. During wars, any information could be a lie because anything can be used to demoralize or distract.
Yeah.
It's mostly revenge for like taking Ukrainian territory from Russia after the end of USSR. It's mostly that.
Yeah.
And again, the goal is to take part of the territory and then be done.
Yeah, war is a bitch, man. But you know, I don't see a point in them getting missiles and firing them into the Soviet or to Russia, because the Germans did that to England. They were just, you know, lashing out with them V2s, you know. They just randomly killed, you know, 10 people or something. I mean, if Ukraine starts doing that to Russia, I'm afraid what could maybe happen. They might go nuclear. You know, I mean, you don't know.
Well, I don't think Ukrainian leaders are that stupid, because if it goes nuclear, well, they're the ones to die as well, so...
Yeah, you know, once a nuclear weapon is unleashed, who knows what countries are going to do? You know? You just hope cooler heads prevail. I guess that's all we can do.
Yeah, basically, I think both sides have reason to stall, and that's just stalling.
Yeah, no doubt. And I mean, yet the whole thing with the peace and Trump, you know, can't get Putin and Zelensky on the same page. And
well, he doesn't really have control over those people.
No, he doesn't. But I would think that they should just cut the aid, because they're just kicking a dead horse, man. They don't make peace, you know?
Yeah.
Maybe.
I don't think Russia wants to occupy Ukraine. I think they just want to teach them a lesson and not fuck with their people and leave them alone. That's it. You know, Putin doesn't strike me as the guy who wants to invade, you know, Western Europe. He just doesn't, you know...
Well, he cannot invade any other country. He is invading the only country he could invade.
Yeah, that's right. Because it's kind of, you know, Ukraine is really that much different than Russia? Aren't they big?
It's different enough. It's like Netherlands and United Kingdom, or Norway and Sweden, or Portugal and Spain.
Why did he pick the time to invade that? Why did he pick that time of all the time?
Because it's easy. Because Ukraine was not in NATO. Because it was kind of free for the taking.
Yeah.
So before they did join NATO or do something or whatever.
Yes. It's basically, let's take back USSR territory. That's it. That's all it is.
And I mean, Ukraine, what kind of a government do they have?
Kind of crappy, but it was always smaller, so...
I mean, are they...
Yeah, that's a good question.
They're not communist or anything.
I don't really know, but I know that they've all enriched themselves. I know Zelensky has like $1.2 billion stashed.
Well, he's not exactly a good person. He just doesn't have the opportunity to be really bad. He cannot do it because he doesn't have the manpower, he doesn't have the money. So he has to be kind of harmless because he cannot afford anything else.
Yeah. Well, he's got himself, a life pegged away, no matter what happens, as long as he gets out of there. And I don't know. I just don't know where that's going. It just seems to be a stalemate. They just trade shells for a while and take the day off, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, the problem is anytime there's a war, you don't quite know what is happening.
No.
Again, every single thing you hear may be a lie or an exaggeration.
I know there's U.S. mercenaries there. I know that. I know there's a few thousand. So, a guy who fight for money. They fight for pay. That's crazy.
So, I mean, Ukraine would have fallen if it wasn't for United States going in there?
Yeah, however, I told you before, I think, earlier this year.
Yeah.
You might have forgotten.
Mm-hmm.
But there was an agreement, not a very official agreement, but an unofficial agreement that don't worry, if anything happens to you, we'll help you. Basically, that was the agreement between the United States Army and Ukraine. I'm not sure when it happened, but it's like, I think it's like it was about disarmament or something, like getting rid of nuclear weapons, maybe. It's like, don't worry. If something happens, we'll help you. So that is half the reason why the help is there, because if you don't help a country, eventually it will not be your ally.
No.
I mean, we really didn't help them all that much if that many people died. I mean,
Well, help them enough.
Yeah, man, 1.7 million. Wow, that's a lot.
Okay, I try to imagine me sitting here in my house or whatever, and there's soldiers all. I mean, I try to imagine our country or any country, what the citizens, what it's like for them to be there and be in the middle of all this stuff going on around them. I mean, it's just.
Yeah, I know.
I'm in the middle of what? I'm in New York, man.
It's a crazy world. It really is.
New York is crazy.
Something new happens, And
No, I mean, I've been living here for a while.
But it's crazy there.
It wasn't crazy yet. I moved here into 2008.
I mean, to me, I just think it's got to be one of the craziest places just to be around, because there's just mega people, and it's all concrete. I mean, I don't know.
Oh well, that's Manhattan. I don't live there.
Paul, what do you make of the Charlie Kirk murder? Or you never said.
It took me a while to realize this is normal.
Polly, did you have a
assassinations are normal?
Yeah, that's true.
Like Japanese prime minister, like all kinds of activists, whether you like them or not, political people get killed all the time.
To assassinate like a figure, like a media figure, the guy was just doing his thing for his organization, but it didn't have no bad language or hate in it. I looked at 3 or 4 of his things.
Well, it doesn't matter if the shooter was told it's very bad and it's dangerous. He believes it. It doesn't matter if it's true or not.
Yeah, they'll make up the truth. Yeah,
somebody should remote that stuff.
Yeah, well, they probably do.
But I mean,
I don't know how reliable that is.
Well, I remote viewed. I used to. They had some lessons at farsight.com. They had these lessons for free that you could take. They were online or whatever. You take them, and you just
the animal mind.
And,
how. Well, they're telepathic as well.
Well, they I don't know if they're exactly telepathic, but they get a lot of cues.
Hold on. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So I got interested in remote viewing, and farsight.com is where I learned about remote viewing or whatever. And so they had these lessons. They have online lessons that they had for free, and I took them, and the whole thing about remote viewing is it doesn't really work. The only way that it can actually work, and that it's not your imagination, is you can't know anything about the subject that somebody wants you to go, look at. And I was talking with one of my friends about it, and she said, okay, she said, I'm going to send you some numbers, and I want you to remote view the numbers or whatever. So I'm like, okay. So she did, and I started doing the, with the procedure, and I got this image. It was all dark, and there was like a light that was kind of coming through, just a little pinhole of a light coming through, and it smelled like crude oil and tires and gravel, and anyway, and that's what I got. So I that's what I sent her, and I go that's all I got. I mean, that's what I'm thinking, this, whatever that is. Anyway, she goes, oh my God. And we was talking about it. And she said, I would send you a thing to, and after that, I had gotten a couple of other things too, that, I saw a little girl, blonde little girl, she was like from the 60s or whatever. And I described her shoes and what she was wearing. And I described the person she was with. And I described where they were at. And anyway, we started talking, and she goes, I asked you to remote view the time when I got ran over by a car, and I was stuck under the car, and it was nighttime. And she, she was pinned underneath the car, and it was nighttime, and I'm like, and I had described what she was wearing, the outfit she had on, and the other person I described was her mother that had passed away. Later on, she passed away. Anyway, that was pretty cool. And I mean, I just.
we're gonna wrap it up pretty soon.
Yes, understandably. Also,
get off the air.
What is your name again, Miss? I forgot.
Cindy.
Cindy, okay, Cindy. I do remember you telling the story before.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
It was like last year.
A long time ago. Whatever.
Yeah.
It's a story that, I don't know. I mean, I haven't tried remote viewing since then, but, kind of cool.
It just,
but I can see
don't come to me. I don't get, I don't know. I wish I
Well, I think you can live without certain superpowers. Anyway, Greg.
Yeah.
I'm glad that your personality is still the same despite your mouth.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I know.
And listen. What you should have done is, if you had the strength, you should have posted, "I'm in a bad shape, but I'm alive."
Yes,
It's like one sentence.
Right. I did. I tried to keep touch base with everybody. I left a couple of messages. I don't really want to irritate people by having them open their phone and always see something from me, because, that turns people off. I just, I don't want to inconvenience people, So I try to not bug them as much as possible.
If you don't want to bother them, don't address them. Just write the sentence and don't add anyone.
Well, maybe I should go that route. Yeah.
I mean, you told us what was going, what.
Yeah,
what was
just keep me in touch, And,
so yeah, I mean, because I was very, very worried. I was.
Oh, thank you, Polly. I appreciate, I've received a lot of love. I really have.
And like how you are, I didn't want to text you, or I didn't want to.
Yeah.
I didn't want to guard you.
No, you don't ever bother me. Sometimes it takes me a while to get back to someone, because I don't, go on the channel every day, but in Discord. But when I do, I try to catch up. But some people write me books, and they want me to read a book, But it's okay. It's all right. I don't mind. It takes me a while to get back.
When do you think you're going to have a next show? Do you think?
Oh, next week. I'm going to try to stay regular. As long as I keep healing, it'll get better and better. This will be like a gauge. Like, we hear how I sound now to maybe 2 or 3 months from now.
Yeah, there you go.
And use it to see how if there's been improvement.
Right.
And I'm working hard, trying to really, get it together. But, you know, it zaps me. It really does.
But I think a lot of people say, I mean, how? Okay, so your friend, how is he doing?
Oh,
The
yeah,
guy.
well, he's just starting treatment. So he
Oh,
doesn't, he doesn't know what's going to hit him. But they went a different route with him. They went proton therapy. See, I didn't get that.
They did what?
They're giving him proton therapy. I don't know what the difference is.
Well,
They have two different. They have radiation, which is radio, whatever, electricity. But then they have this proton treatment. I don't know anything about it, but
Well, that's something I'm
obviously,
going to look up. I'm going to look that up. That
Yeah.
sounds like it's new. I mean,
proton
wow.
therapy. Yeah, he got that. So you know, he caught his early. And he learned, you know, went to school from me. He didn't fuck around. I'm sorry. He didn't mess
So
around.
it's like why him and not you? Because
Yeah.
it seems like.
Well, I was too advanced. I guess protons for, I don't know. I haven't looked it up, but I would assume it might be for people with just, you know, just starting to form or something, you know.
Wow.
In a very early stage, which I was a fool not to get my treatment then.
And in some ways, you know, you're lucky that it landed in one organ. I mean, when it's in your lymphatic, it could go anywhere and be in some place really that's impossible for them to really treat.
Well, it has spread from my throat, neck, and my tongue to the lymph nodes around my chest and even part of my lung. So they gave me a 10% chance.
They give you 10%?
Yeah. He said it without emotion. I said, what are my chances? Seriously. He said, about 10%. Yeah. They thought I was done for. They're kind of stumped.
You know what? Let me just hope this guy gets something. Then people just don't care and just ignore the shit out of him. And you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know that. You just karma. That's all you can hope for.
Mute the snapping. I'm gonna go, guys. I just wanted to say hello and, you know, keep in touch.
Yes, that is good news. I like good news.
And I'm gonna close out here soon. So take care, fellas.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. It's good talking to both of you.
You too.
All right, let's do it again. Next week.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Good night.
Night. Yeah. Okay, I'm out of Discord. We'll listen to a little bit more of this, and then I'll say goodnight.
From visual and or verbal.
What does they say when you're going around like a big dog? Don't show him you're afraid. He'll know.
Yeah.
They can smell fear.
They know where the back members are if they're far away. You know, so you know they can find a bird. A bird can find its mate at sea from hundreds of miles away.
And I wish I could find one.
You'll have to grow some wings, Greg.
Where's my mate? Is my mate out there?
Greg, you've got to look. Greg, you've got to be prepared to look first.
What? Where? Tell me.
You can't find the bird if you're not looking for the bird.
That's true.
Well, that's
it's not
some
going to
deep
knock on my door, is it? I know.
That's some deep within.
Nikola Tesla says, I have observed electrical actions which have appeared inexplicable, faint and uncertain though they were. They have given me a deep conviction and foreknowledge that all human beings on this globe as one will turn their eyes to the firmament above with feelings of love and reverence. Thrilled by the glad news, brethren, we have a message from another world, unknown and remote. It reads 1, 2, 3. Nikola Tesla. He was saying beings were on Mars, trying to communicate with him. We know that there were there had to be some kind of civilization on Mars from all of the what do you call it, archaeology that's there. You can clearly see it. Obelisk, what does this say? Were ETs given him the knowledge that only he could understand? He spoke of a knowledge base located somewhere in the universe that all of humanity can tap into if they could tune their minds to it.
Oh, there we are.
Was he given images to assist him in furthering mankind's technology? Every single songwriter that I know of, like Bob Dylan, Keith Richards, they all say that it's out there already and their antenna just picks it up. You know, could Tesla have tapped into an ancient source of knowledge? Was he rediscovering technology that may have been used before? And that's very interesting. And he says, in the past, there were stories of towers that relayed energy, obelisks found all over the world. They are all connected at some point, feeding off of Earth's magnetic grid. Well, that's the Earth is, you know, it's electric.
I'd like to add that if we were in the Purple Dawn and we were inside this energetic bubble, I think that the environment was, the electric environment was a lot more energized than it is now. Like you string a string 100 meters or 100 feet into the air, and you can draw power off of that. If you pound a stake into the ground, and connect to the one side, and in the other side, you can charge your phone. Yeah, there was more energy in the air available back then. If you do that on a mountaintop and take a drone and fly it 100 feet above you, you're going to get a lot more energy up there. You might even get a lightning bolt. You know, might even induce a lightning bolt.
He was trying to connect to an ancient energy grid powered by the Earth and the other planets. Like he was trying to tap into the power of the solar system.
Yeah. And
was he communicating with advanced celestial beings that visited Earth thousands of years ago?
No, the Birkeland currents and the telluric currents that run through the Earth. Our Earth receives 10 million amps every second of every day from the sun along the Birkeland currents. It comes in, it goes down in through the double layers, short circuits here and there, and goes into the planet itself, the crust. It grounds basically, and then where does it go after that? I think it goes even deeper and feeds into a plasmoid that the molten rock might be the plasmoid.
I think so too.
That contains all this electrical energy. Right?
Well, I think so too. And to get back to Tesla, when he built that Wardenclyffe Tower, his goal was to support these flying machines, what he'd also devised. Apparently they were a bit too heavy and cumbersome, but the idea was that they could just remotely take the power from the tower and fly around the place. And if there were a network of them, you've got flying people. Maybe that's what was happening in ancient India with these massive lingams and towers and pictures of Vimanas everywhere whizzing around. Maybe that was a technology that Tesla kind of reimagined. You know,
it's very possible.
Yeah. And then if you look at things like the Dogon of Africa, they not only did they know about Sirius B before it was found by modern astronomers, they also were talking about Sirius C, and that was only found very, very recently, and this is ancient Dogon knowledge. And these guys.
How far did T. Townsend Brown get with his anti-gravity technology after the 1930s, when we heard no more about it? Zero.
Exactly. Yeah.
It was shut down to the public. It was not allowed to speak about this topic to the public after the news reports started coming out of that he was doing anti-gravity work and that he had figured it out. That he put charge to these discs and they levitated. They moved.
Well, we're talking about what's that called? Belfield Brown?
T. Townsend Brown. He was a protege of guess who? Nikola Tesla.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
He worked with Tesla in the 20s and in the 10s, and he was basically a scientist. And I maintain that because of the fact that he found anti-gravity technology and figured it out, that he, Tesla, and the United States government, not them directly, but the CIA basically put out this aliens story, this ET story, to explain all of these crashes that they were having, for one, and all of these sightings that they were having, for two.
Yeah.
They didn't get a hold of the crashes. They didn't figure out how to control these ships until the 80s. Once they got the computing power to be able to control them better, you know.
Yeah.
So that's my thought on it.
Well, it's plausible, and also.
Well, a lot of the evidence points to it, because before that, it was talk of the gods from Sumeria, and that talk really didn't start again until the late 40s, early 50s.
Yeah.
Before that, it was just the gods, and we know them to be the planets. We know them to be the planets. There's no question. They even name them themselves as the planets. So you guys have to make a decision for yourselves. You guys gotta research all the information and come to a conclusion yourself. And know that it's stated that the CIA's main aim is to have everybody confused and believe all kinds of different things.
Yeah, like this alien invasion impending, you know.
Yeah. They're not. They say that the CIA is not supposed to mess with the American public, but they do.
Of course they have. It's a mind psyop. It's all been a psyop from the word. Most of science is a psyop.
Yeah.
Well, most of science is, isn't it? It's pushing belief a little bit.
Gravity is electric. That's why they can overcome it. You can create your own gravitic field just by spinning freaking Mercury. 45,000 RPMs under 250,000 atmospheres pressure. That's what they do. And it all started with Tesla and Townsend Brown. And they were anticipating this great Jetsons kind of universe in the 50s.
I remember it.
And
I was born in the 60s and the 70s, and we were supposed to have flying cars by the 80s and 90s.
Yep,
and they were supposed to have flying cars in the 60s, in the 50s.
Mm-hmm. That's where the Jetsons came from.
Military-industrial complex wins again, and who controls them? You know who controls them is the banksters.
Yeah,
there's somebody else above them too.
Yeah, the banksters. You got that right. That's where it's all coming from.
Yep, all the control, everything. The want to have 500,000 people only on the planet. That's for them to easily control. No other reason. No other reason.
They control the means of production.
They think we're using up all the resources. We're taking everything from their world.
Right. Yep, that's right.
That's the way they look at it. It's their planet. It's not ours. We're just,
even America. We were intended to be a plutocracy. We weren't intended to be a democracy.
Like Enki and his slave. We're just slaves to them.
Yes. That's it. Worthless eaters. That's how they look at us.
Yeah. Where do these people live?
And there you go. You've just gone back to the.
You want to go
you've
fire
just gone back to the original question.
They live in
Oh no, you wouldn't get close enough.
the Hamptons.
You wouldn't go get close enough.
Yeah, and to get the disc to move, all you have to do is apply more charge to one side or the other, and it'll move in that direction. Simple, huh?
Mm-hmm. Quite.
And
we all should have a UFO.
And there's a clue to what gravity is. That's a clue to what gravity is. It's an electromagnetic force. It's a reaction of the amount of matter that's being charged by the sun that it's in, or in the interstellar space that it's in. That's all it is. Gravity is part of the electromagnetic force. Based on an atomic rule.
It has to
be. The more atoms, the more gravity, period. Like the more atoms, the more magnetic field you get too.
Okay. What did you say, Grog?
So we're back to Enki, Anu, and Adapa. We're back to Enki, Anu, and Adapa. And stories. And stories
that was
getting into a really different field, because the story comes down to now what Rick's talking about, where it comes down to control and control of the means of production, which you could work in your Berkman currents, all those things. It's a control of the means of production to the control of, I suppose you could say, the masses, or the mass.
So who were the Anunnaki?
So you could say the creation of life and all that's got nothing to do with humans. That's just pictured so that people can sort of under picture on it. You could say that it's a creation of what, like Rick's saying, it's a creation of the ether, you know.
Were the Anunnaki like giants, like gods with a little g? They came here and taught and made humanity?
They were teachers in Mesoamerica, weren't they? Mm-hmm. They taught them everything: how to grow crops, how to build houses, how to build everything.
Large white man, yes, with a beard.
Again, you come to your positive and negative ions.
What, Rush?
Again, you come to your positive and negative ions. When you're talking about that, you know, that's what I was talking about the other night when I said to you about the biochar. So, all right, Rick or Nick might be able to answer this. What's the difference between sea salt and salt created on, you know, on ground? Did anyone know? Did you get a chance to look it up?
What?
Greg?
Did I get a chance?
I don't know.
The other day, right, well, when we were talking to someone a couple of weeks ago, mentioned salt coming from Saturn. Is that right?
Salt, yes.
Right, yeah.
From Saturn, yes.
Right. Salt comes from Saturn, right?
I've never known matter to accrete salt. I've never heard of that before in my life.
Right. Okay. So I was doing some research on biochar, and when you do it, if you get it hot enough and you turn your wood to a white ash, you now have in that wood salt. So if you use a lot of that ash, a lot of ash from the burning of organic matter, you accumulate salts in your soil, right? But if you just get it to the charred state, you have no salt in it. So would that be a transmutation through the burning process of organic matter? So then Greg said to me, yeah, but sea salt's different, right?
Don't you think sapphire can make sodium atomically?
No,
do you think the sun? Do you think the sun can make sodium atomically? Do you think what's going on in the atmosphere of Saturn is not making salt, sodium.
Yes, but what I'm getting at is, what is a transmutation for it to do it? Does it have an organic, what we would call, as in through our trees, grasses, the organic matter, right? That's
one way to get it. But
right, that's what I'm getting at. That's what my question was. When I said to Greg, it was just like, we come across where salt comes from Saturn, right? But then it would appear also that we produce salt here too.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So what I'm saying is, say all our salt came from Saturn may not necessarily be the correct answer. We produce, so that's why we have, in areas of the world now, we have problems where we have high salt levels, where we can no longer produce food.
Look at the Dead Sea. It's just piles and piles and piles of it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Had to come from somewhere. Look at Jesus chasing them out of the temple. That a boy, Jesus. Get him.
Turn them tables, bruh.
Get them bankers.
Yeah, banksters.
I think there's an element of this production of, for example, they reckon chickens can make their own calcium if there's no calcium around. They can produce calcium out of phosphorus or potassium or something like that, which is the next one to sodium, I think, and maybe life forms are actually producing some salt.
We do transmutations in our body. It's proven fact that humans do transmutations. There was the case of the welders who were breathing in
argon or
they were breathing in some gas, and it was giving them CO2 poisoning or something like that. It was their lungs were transmuting that gas into another chemical that was not good for them. So we do atomic transmutations in our body. That's nothing new. We're a microcosm of the macrocosm, boys and girls.
I think we are. Yeah, we're a little plasmoid. Each one of us is a little plasmoid in our own right, knocking around.
Apparently, we have two. Yeah. One in our head, and the other one is our heart. Because if you look at the heart muscle, it's if you took a heart muscle and put it on a table and cut it in the right areas, you can make it into a strip. It's basically a strip, rolled up.
I was gonna go somewhere. Oh yeah.
Yeah, but apparently the heart kicks out a bigger electric field than the brain does, and I think the stomach kicks out an even bigger one.
That's because of the muscles. That's that muscle pumping.
If you look at it, and if you look at it, it's probably a good case, which may come out in the future, where the brain's only a storage. It's the heart and the gut.
It might not even be a storage vehicle. It may, in fact, be a vehicle that, when we upload to the cloud or God or the ether, our experiences that we can retrieve them very readily because the synaptic patterning, we just go boom, and we can pull it back out of the ether instantly. That may be how our brains.
Yes, because again, Greg said to me when he was working on one of his videos with this empty animal, why would you not choose eternal life? Didn't you, Greg? Remember that?
Yes, I did.
You said, I did choose eternal life. And my answer was, yes, but then you cannot be reborn. You can only be once. That's it.
Yeah,
forever.
right. Yeah, you could never be reborn.
I like that. Oh, great.
Joe
Right, so
Schmo the
that
Buckle for
that
the
means
rest
you can never produce, you can never reproduce, which means what's there today is there forever, which goes back to Rick talking about what the elites don't want all of us. Right.
I was reading. I wanted to find something that Velikovsky talks about this very thing, salt on the earth.
Oh yeah, it's interesting.
And he has ash too. That's but something it said here.
Well, you got to remember that sodium, pure sodium, is one thing. The sodium that we have on our planet, when they say isotopic, they're talking about other isotopes included into the mix. That includes deuterium, which is a form of sodium, right? So
deuterium is
deuterium.
Yeah, deuterium
hydrogen.
water is it's a form of it's an isotope. It's not a form of sodium. It's an isotope that is in the water on Earth. We have the same concentration of sodium. We have the same concentrations of what did I just say? Deuterium and other isotopes.
Tritium.
In our water on the Earth that have been found in the rings of Saturn. This identical. The word used was the isotopes are identical.
Yeah.
Identical.
Yeah.
So that tells us something, folks.
That does.
That most of our water came from Saturn.
We're all connected. Well, we're all connected. We're all connected.
Ah, here it is, right here.
Similar.
I found.
You know what I mean, Rick? We're all connected. That's why they say, you and I have 98% the same DNA as every other living thing on this planet. Yep. We're all connected.
Yep.
Check this out.
Not the whole solar that we're in connected, probably the whole Milky Way. Yeah, go, Greg.
Of the salts of the sea, sodium chloride is by far the most abundant. This is from Velikovsky. The provenance of it is, however, a riddle. It was, and still is, assumed that the salts in the oceans originated mainly through the importation from land, having been dissolved from rocks by flowing rivulets and rivers, themselves fed by underground sources, and the same process working on the rocks of the seabed. Terrestrial formations are rich in sodium, and in eons of time it is assumed the sodium washed out of the rocks supplied its content to the oceans. The seas evaporate and the concentration of these salts grows, but rocks are by far not so rich in chlorine, and hence the problem. From where did chlorine come to contribute its abundance to oceanic water? There is chlorine in source water, but usually not in significant amounts. The proportion of salts in the rivers is very different from their proportion in the seas. River water has many carbonates, 80% of the salts, fewer sulfates, 13%, and still fewer chlorides, 7%. Seawater has many chlorides, 89%, fewer sulfates, 10%, and only a few carbonates, 0.2%. The comparison of these figures makes it clear that rivers cannot be made responsible for most of the salts of the seas.
Yep. Because if they were emptying out
and he says that it's very few.
They would be in that the amounts that are in fresh water. It wouldn't be salt water. Period.
Mm-hmm. But humans are.
And he says there, Greg, he says there there's very few carbonates, 0.02%, and that's what I was saying. The carbonate virtually zero salt.
Well, I mean, if you have to remember, the Earth and Mars are children of Saturn. We were inside the envelope. We were probably created out of the body of Saturn, and if not out of the body of Saturn, right next to it, and then pulled into Saturn's influence like Saturn was pulled into the sun, right? Mm-hmm. But I think we were probably Saturn spitting out a planet or two during its its time of
that's probably a natural thing.
Yeah, so why wouldn't we have the same surface materials as in rocks of different types and magma, and it would all be the same as Saturn anyway. And then during the deluge, they say that the heavens opened up. That means space, folks. A lot of this water came from space. They saw it fall.
Well, listen to this. They're saying they can't explain where the chlorines come from, which in to my knowledge is a green gas. It's just interesting that INGO SWANN saw these guys digging around in green gas on the dark side.
Yes, isn't it? I'm serious. I know that.
I wonder if there's chlorine up there in that thin atmosphere. I wonder if that's the moon.
It's not something. The chlorine is not something that the Earth manufactured or was deposited. Or sorry, it was deposited by, guess who? Saturn. Probably during the birthing process, giving us all the elements, the same elements that planet has.
The most obvious and permanent effect of a deluge of extraterrestrial origin on the Earth would be the increase in its water volume and of the place occupied by the seas. Presently, 4/5 of the Earth are covered with water. A stupendous addition of water to the Earth should have decreased, not increased, its salinity, if the water came down in a pure state. But if the Earth was showered by torrents of hydrogen and water, some other ingredients of the Saturnian atmosphere could have also swept across the Earth's orbit. So yeah, he's saying it came from Saturn. Yeah. And back to that INGO SWANN thing, I'm telling you, man, I just touched on this, the whole thing. He's saying that they got these freaking towers that are 1.5 miles tall, and these giant machines that are digging, and what the heck are they mining, you know? And they caught him spying on him. That's even crazier.
Yeah. We'll never know.
I know. It's just, if there is an elder race, let's say, of giants or extraterrestrials, they're probably keeping an eye on us, but they're not going to interfere, I don't think, you know. But there are probably more than one. Maybe there are many. Maybe we're really a prison planet. Have you ever heard that theory?
Sure, yeah.
I don't think so.
No, I don't either. But it is a theory that we are a prison planet.
It's getting that way. Certainly getting that
exactly.
way.
I know. What if it was like that once before, and the sinister forces are trying to recapture their domain?
I think so.
It seemed like that. The whole one world government thing. We already have a one world government. We have pretty much the same laws as you do in England, as you do in Canada, and as you do in Australia. See, we're worldwide here on Greg J Channel. That's right.
Yeah.
That's
but
right.
we all pretty much all the good jobs.
That's because we're all at the moment controlled by the American dollar, which is controlled still by the British pound.
Exactly. The British Empire still runs the show.
Fucking hell. I wish I were part of it.
Yeah, me too. But I'd probably just be a nice guy. Everybody go. They'd kill me.
Printing his own money was a big no-no.
Yes. He turned the entire business world against him. The steel companies hated him. Obviously the bankers hated him. Military-industrial complex hated him. The Pentagon hated him. What?
The oil companies hated him.
Yes.
The oil companies in Texas hated him.
They hated him big time. Yes.
Yeah, and is it a wonder that he didn't survive?
No.
All these powerful corporations and people.
And he was a socialist. And he was a socialist. He brought in medical benefits for people over 60.
He did.
Early.
Yes.
Pension system, and all those things, all that because, they provided for all those years. Here's a little bit in return. Oh, you can't do that. Yeah, you can't do that. That's socialism and communism.
Yeah. That's right.
Recognise people.
And now, they want to do the universal basic income in the United States and in Canada and in all the Western countries.
What's that?
What's that? Oh, you can sit at home and make money just by doing nothing.
What?
You get a universal basic income.
Nick, you there?
Well, universal basic income. I never heard about that.
That's not quite right, is it? Because you have a form of that sort of in some areas in England now as a trial.
Yeah, I'm on it, yeah.
Where you get a back. Yeah, they are. Now, Nick will explain it, Rick, because it's not what we all think. Right, Nick, explain how it works.
Yeah, what it is basically, if you're unemployed, you'll get, say, £70 a week. If you've got kids, you'll get £30 a week for each one of them. If you've got an house, you can get up to like £350 a month.
That's nothing. You can't live on that.
Yes, but then if you then get a job, and you only earn £100 a week, you still get the basic, your universal income. Then it's built up to that.
I get it.
So you'll always get that kind of money, but
we're going to be a welfare world.
Well, it is that.
That's what it is.
No, we're not, Rick. No, we're not. We're not. Even applying
if you're working and the company will pay you more than the basic income, which not many companies can afford to pay you the £20 an hour and all this lot. So you might get £8 an hour with a 0 hours contract, which means you've got to show up for work every day, and if they don't want you, they'll just say piss off, come back tomorrow, and you just claim your basic your universal income for that day, even though you've gone to work and been told to piss off. So you just claim basic your universal income for that day.
I thought that everybody gets a certain income and it comes off on your taxes, that you have to, if you're working, you basically pay it back at the end of the year in your taxes. That's the way I thought it worked.
It is basically similar to that, except you don't get taxed unless you I think you've got to earn you get your tax back or under 12,000 a year or something like that, pounds a year, and the average wage in my town is £15,000 a year, and you can't really get a mortgage, or you can just about pay rent on that, so people have got about a month's money in their banks with it. If they don't work for a month, they've got nothing. That's most of the people in this country. So they've got us where they want us, simple as that.
Mm-hmm.
So hence the mask wearing, hence the get jabbed with whatever they want to jab you with. Just do what you're told, because pretty soon you're all going to be living in a big smart city. And not allowed to go into the beautiful free world
countryside.
Not yet.
That's all fenced off.
That's all.
It's not making any more beef.
No animals.
Nick, Nick, that's about equation. Did you think, and if you did the one for Canada and Greg did the one for America, you're saying the average wage would be, what, £25,000 a year?
Yeah, it's meant to
The
be
average
that in
person in
this
your
country.
area would earn about 24, righto. So in Australia, the minimum wage is about around $19 an hour.
Wow.
So that works out at $37,500 a year. But if you do the dollar conversion to the British pound, that works out at about £25,000 a year.
Yeah.
You know, so it works out an equal, it equals sort of, if you get what I mean. And you'd probably find, if Greg looked at his area where he is, and Rick where he is, you'd probably find it would work out. So the average person just working, that would be about the same for them too now.
I don't think they're anywhere near 25,000. I think if you go down to London, then maybe 25,000, but up here certainly not. Not a chance. There aren't many people earning 25,000. Well, I suppose there are now. Yeah, thinking about it, there probably are a few.
Yeah, so by the time they pay the rent, buy their basics, go to the odd soccer game, they're pretty much skinned.
Oh yeah, you won't save much money out of that, will you? No. By the time you rent any car, petrol, nothing.
You rent your car,
with most people, that 25,000 will help you survive.
That's all it is. Yeah, that'll help.
And then that'll breed a whole bunch of people that just don't want to do nothing. They'll just sit at home and relax and say, "Oh, I'm comfortable in this apartment. I can pay the rent. I can do a couple of little side jobs here and there, you know." And not good for.
What you have is a society that has no expectations of improving. If you get what I mean, they have no desires. They don't see the old thing of each generation you sort of become more educated and go a little further up sort of the social scale. They just become happy to live as part of the backwater of the tribe.
Well, most people have degrees. Most people have degrees now. But their degrees in what? No, yeah. People couldn't afford to go to university 30 years ago, and now everyone's got to go. Everyone's got degrees, but there's no jobs for anyone. There are no jobs. It's completely impossible almost to set up a winning business unless you've got unless you're a window cleaner or something like that. But to set up to become an entrepreneurial is not a very easy thing in this in our society anymore. The odds are stacked against you.
You've got to be connected, don't you, Nick?
You've got to be connected.
So what I mean is, what are they all doing their degrees in?
Sociology.
Whether you're a man or a woman or something like that. There you go.
Sociology, yeah. It's all sociology.
Yeah. So, that just gives them 5 years off the unemployment numbers.
Well, they're all just basically paying to go and get brainwashed into how to be a compliant global citizen.
Well, yeah. This is pretty good. I'm going to go ahead and we're kind of through the subject, and we talked about it pretty good. I think it's pretty talked out. And
don't forget, they also minor in ecology.
We've only been going for an hour? I thought we were going for a lot.
Ecology, yeah.
No,
I have another talk that I
an hour and 59 minutes.
An hour and 11 minutes. But I have another...
No, an hour and 59 minutes, Ed.
Hold on a second. I got another talk that I recorded with us, too. Let me see. Are you looking at it? Am I giving you a view of it? No, here. Turn this off. There it is. Okay. And the reason why I'm bringing it up is because this might be, of course, when I was talking about Wayne Byrne, he mentioned that his timeline for that, and it sounds pretty good too. I mean, it could be a good, decent start for a timeline. Would be 32,000 BC when Saturn came in for the last time. And I got a 3-minute audio. Just started doing it, so I'll play this for you. It's pretty interesting. The oldest lunar calendars. The oldest lunar calendars and earliest constellations have been identified in cave art found in France and Germany. The astronomer priests of these late Upper Paleolithic cultures understood mathematical sets and interplay between the moon annual cycle, ecliptic, solstice, and seasonal changes on Earth. The first lunar calendar, the archaeological record's earliest data that speaks to human awareness of the stars and heavens, dates to the Aurignacian culture of Europe, circa 32,000 BC. Between 1964 and the early 1990s, Alexander Marshak published breakthrough research that documented the mathematical and astronomical knowledge in the late Upper Paleolithic cultures of Europe. Marshak deciphered sets of marks carved into animal bone and thickens, and occasionally on the walls of caves. As records of the lunar cycle. These marks are sets of crescents or lines, Artesian's carefully controlled line thickness that suggest a snake deity or streams and rivers. Aurignacian lunar calendar diagram drawing after Marshak A. 1970. Notation:
Dans Lake Reviers du Paleolithique Supérieur, Bordeaux, Delmas/Dans Maps.
Bordeaux, Delmas/Dans Maps. Many of these lunar calendars were made on small pieces of stone, bone, and antler, so that they could be easily carried. These small, portable, lightweight lunar calendars were easily carried on extended journeys, such as long hunting trips and seasonal migrations. Hunting the largest animals was arduous and might require hunters to follow herds of horses, bison, mammoth, or ibex for many weeks. Other big animals, such as the auroch, that was like a cow, cave bear, and cave lion, were well known, but rarely hunted for food because they had special status in the mythical realm. The auroch is very important to the search for earliest constellations. The phases of the moon depicted in these sets of marks are inexact. Precision was impossible unless all nights were perfectly clear, which is an unrealistic expectation. The arithmetic counting skill implied by these small lunar calendars is obvious. The recognition that there are phases of the moon in seasons of the year that can be counted, that should be counted because they are important, is profound. Everything in life is in phases, whether it's the moon or life. Even Saturn theory came in phases. All animal activities are time factored, simply because time passes. The future is forever arriving. The reality of time factoring is objective physics and does not depend on human awareness or consciousness. Until Marshak's work, many archaeologists believe that sets of marks he chose to study were nothing but the aimless doodles of bored toolmakers. What Marshak uncovered is the intuitive discovery of mathematical sets and the application of those sets to the construction of a calendar. Bone is the preferred medium because it allows for easy transport and a long calendar lifetime. Mankind's earliest astronomy brought the clan into the multi-dimensional universe of the gods. Objects used in most potent rituals had the highest contextual cultural value and were treated with great reverence. Yes, indeed. There's another part to that I haven't recorded yet, but I got started anyway. And, Grouch, are you there? Getting kind of low on gas here. And,
What is channeling? Every day my inner voice gets a little louder and a little clearer. Affirmation for the day. Learning that you too are a channel of spirit can be a means of spiritual awakening. The highest psychic realization, Casey declared, is that God talks directly to human beings. Edgar Casey. What is channeling? In its most general sense, it's a means of transmission. The channel receives and passes along information. Inspiration and creativity are aspects of channeling. Being able to elevate others to higher states of consciousness and bring out the best in people. Edgar Casey's work is known as classic channeled metaphysical literature. We are all channels of divine energy. It is transmitting something which is beyond one's personal self. A channel may be asleep, in meditation, in a trance, or awake while channeling. There are as many ways to channel as there are individuals that channel. A channeler brings forth information that's not part of the channeler's own learning or experience. Every day in countless ways, you and I are channels of spirit, of ideas, and of resources that come from beyond our conscious personalities. Our channeling abilities have profound impact on our own lives and the lives of those around us. We can become aware of this fact. We can realize that we're channelers and can consider which types of channeling we wish to perfect and use. Rather than channeling without awareness of what you're doing, we can take a more active, creative role in our channeling. In doing so, we assume our birthright. Our mission in life is to become a channel of blessings to others by the way we willingly choose to channel our energies. Listen to your intuition, the channel of your guardian angel. I am directly connected to infinite intelligence. Today's affirmation. Intuition is the highest form of psychic ability. Edgar Casey. Intuition as a channel of guidance. Intuition is information that comes to you from universal intelligence or God. And in this respect, it's referred to as channel. It guides you on your path to your highest good. The psychic side of intuition. Intuition never comes randomly. There is always a purpose, a reason. Intuition is more than psychic ability. It draws a conclusion and directs your actions, like a faithful guide dog who knows you and knows what's best for you. Many times, intuition guides our actions without our knowing it. All knowledge is within. Casey defined intuition as knowing from within. Two keystones of Casey's teachings: knowing that all knowledge comes from within, learning to look within. Zen archery. Eugene Harajel traveled to Japan to learn about Zen. Finally, Master Kenzo Awa, the revered archer, agreed to work with him. Eugene spent countless hours learning how to draw the long and very stiff Japanese bow. He shot at no target. He learned the target was an inward one, a state of mind. Finally, during the 5th year, the master brought out a target and demonstrated shooting. The master could hit the target every time without hardly looking. He joked that his master had learned to shoot in his sleep. Later that evening, at the master's studio, he revealed an amazing secret. In pitch blackness, the master shot at a target twice and hit it both times dead center. The master explained that we believe we need our eyes to see because we believe the world is out there beyond us. If you separate yourself from the target, then you have to learn the trick of how to hit it with the arrow. The art is to become one with the target, allowing the arrow to return to its natural home. An archer who aims the arrow at a target is merely a trick shot. The archer who becomes the target is on the path to realizing Zen's great secret.
The great secret to developing intuition is to follow the path because it leads to our true nature, one with God, not because we want to become psychic. Intuition is everything, the secret of unitary oneness. We are all one. All of creation is one. There is one spirit or energy that unites all of creation. It connects all human beings with one another and with everything else in creation. Although we may appear to one another as separate, disconnected beings, we are each extensions of the Creator's Spirit. What happens to one of us touches us all. There is a unified psychic ecology among all events in creation. God created human souls out of the Creator's own being. Each soul is a projection of God. In the same way, our thoughts and images are projections of our mind. Although each soul has its individuality, all souls are one spirit. Each soul is like a miniature universe. I've often thought inside of each being is a universe. Like a drop of water in the ocean, each person has intimate knowledge of all creation. Modern science states that creation is holonomic. When you aim a laser beam at a holographic plate, the beam bounces off the plate and projects a three-dimensional picture in space. This project looks solid and as real as the actual plate. Being psychic is an inherent natural attribute of the soul. Intuition draws upon its universal knowledge that is psychically available to the soul, the superconscious mind. There is only one mind. This single living reality is a universal mind that we all have in common. Mind is like the air we share. Although we each have our own separate lungs to touch the air, there is only one air. Conscious mind, the lowest form of the mind, focuses on physical world. Each of us appears distinctly separate from one another, channel of sensory information. Subconscious mind. All subconscious minds of both the living and the dead are in contact with one another, remembers everything from all lifetimes, stored in the Akashic records, located in the subconscious mind. Channel of telepathic information, gets knowledge from the other people's thoughts and experiences. Superconscious mind, channel of clairvoyance, gets information directly from the oneness of life, taps into the knowledge from the universal mind. Intuition is a super channel, taking advantage of info coming through all the other channels. Developing intuition. 7 major principles. As you become consciously one with life, you become more consciously intuitive. Empathy and love are the highest forms of attunement for intuition. A need to know something stimulates intuition. Intuitive knowledge comes from within. Intuition requires an acceptance of what spontaneously comes from within. Our first thought, feeling, or image. Genuine intuitions are inconsistent with our highest values or ideals. Honoring your intuition by acting on them or affirming them. Lightning analogy. Imagine that your intuition is like a lightning rod. The lightning up in the sky is the infinite intelligence, the energy that seeks expression when it's needed. You want to bring the lightning down from the sky. If you don't provide a ground, a connection with Earth, the lightning won't come down your channel. Being prepared to put intuitions into service provides the necessary grounding. Spend time in nature. This is the best way to cultivate intuition, by spending time in nature. It's the perfect way to practice oneness with life. A little bird told me. Birds are a common symbol of telepathic intuitive messages. Intuition is empathy, Casey's concept of oneness, harmony, resonance, and communion. Attunement. When we attune to something, we become one with it, or in alignment with it. Nature meditation. Choose something in nature to meditate on. It could be a flower, like a rose, a tree, or maybe the sounds of nature, or even a bird or squirrel sitting quietly. Empathically merge with this energy and become one with it. For example, if you choose a rose, become a rose yourself. Begin to feel as the rose feels from within yourself. Imagery will rise that expresses your affinity with the rose. Thus, you will come to know the rose intuitively. Unless you're like me and you can meditate to music, that's the best way I have found that I can do it and be patient enough to sit still. You close your eyes, clear your mind, and let the music take you wherever. Quiet the mind and soothe the soul. Where was I? Hearing voices. Intuitions often come as feelings. Sometimes they come as voices. The Natural Depth of Man by Wilson Van Dusen. In his book, Wilson shared his experience with mentally ill patients who heard voices. He learned that there are good voices and there are bad voices. The patients reported hearing different voices, voices that spoke with different tones and spoke different things. There were voices that were highly critical and said terrible things. He coached the person to speak back to the voices, to tell them to stop. They also heard voices that spoke kind words and had encouraging things to say. He helped the person to learn how to listen to those voices. These inner helpers could offer advice about the person's recovery. So in other words, his inner voices were his higher self? That's pretty crazy, if true. As mental health returned, the bad voices went away, but the good voices remained as helpers and guides. Anchor your channeling by being clear about your purpose for receiving information. By having some purpose focused on serving a need, we direct the active part of our channel in a constructive manner, the cross-current of our subconscious mind. The subconscious mind is like a strong cross-current we have to swim through as we reach upward to the superconscious mind to access intuition. The subconscious mind may be filled with many different voices, good and bad. The superconscious mind is filled with pure love, light, and harmony. Our purpose helps us attune to the highest source of guidance. Learning to listen to the still small voice. Practice exercise. Begin with a difficult decision you have to make. Think through the alternatives. Consider your values and purposes and make your best decision. Make a tentative commitment to follow through on that decision. Making that commitment is necessary to arouse your entire being in the contemplation of that decision. Hypothetical thoughts don't excite the intuitive faculty, for it's of a more practical bent. Next, sit down and get as quiet as you can within yourself. This step is the attunement. Focus on the feelings evoked by your highest values and your ideals. When you are in the frame of mind that is resonating with your ideals, ask yourself if your decision is a good one. There will be a response to that question within you, a yes or no. That response is the voice of intuition. You may experience it as a voice, a feeling, or a thought. An answer will be there. It's usually the very first thing that comes to mind. Learning to trust intuition. Trust. Accept the first thing that comes to mind is one of the hardest aspects of learning intuition. It involves trust. Tip: accent your first response and save your evaluation, analysis, and criticism for later. Yes. Remember, intuition is like a loving friend. It's there to help and guide you toward your highest good. The guardian angel. Intuition guides and guards us, inspires us, brings experience of spiritual meaning. Sometimes it speaks like an inner voice. Sometimes it brings feelings, like joy or dread. It nudges us. It guides us without our awareness. Its promptings may be subtle or loud. It is one face of the higher self. Intuition performs all the services we might expect of a guardian angel. In fact, within each of us is a guardian angel. Where is my guardian angel? Inside of you. Yep. Casey says that our guardian angel resides where our portion of the superconscious mind becomes the one universal mind. It is that part of us that hasn't forgotten our oneness with God and knows of no separation from God. The guardian angel thus has no free will of its own, but it serves only the will of God, or the universe if you prefer. The actions of our intuition aren't the response of our free will. They are voluntary, spontaneous responses of our guardian angel, drawing us closer to the experience of oneness. Chapter 3. Dreams, the nightly channel of the higher self. Today's affirmation. I will remember my dreams in the morning and any helpful messages they may hold. As we fall asleep, our intuition, our sixth sense, not only remains awake, but also becomes more expansive. There is no awareness of a separate self. There is simply being, deep, silent sleep, pure intuition, pure psychic oneness. Did you ever notice when you enter a dream, you always enter it in the middle of it? You never have a beginning or an ending, it seems. For me, anyway. I heard that somewhere, but I can't remember where. Dreams is a channel of psychic experience. A study of 9,300 documented cases of psychic experiences showed that 57% of these occurred in dreams. Dreams are a channel of which we obtain information, important information, about the future. 8% of the population, over 2 million Americans, have had a dream that foretold in explicit detail of an event that later happened. Casey said that anything of importance that would ever happen to us, we would first preview in a dream. The nightly channel of the higher self. Dreams are perhaps the most profound channel of the higher self. 6 ways dreams function as a channel. They are themselves real experiences in the spiritual dimension. I've often thought that. They provide readings on our current life. They provide us with a way to contact God. They are inspirational, teaching us lessons. They are creative, presenting solutions to problems. They are psychic, seeing into the future. Dreams, the healthcare channel. Dreams are also a channel of preventative healthcare and healing. While we sleep, our inner physician is always in attendance. Dreams may warn about developing illness, giving advice about treating health issues, and even providing direct healing. There is evidence that during the dream state, the body is receptive to new programming. The synthesis of new DNA molecules while dreaming could spark a reversal in a disease process. Book The Inner Eye. Your Dreams Can Make You Psychic, Joan Windsor. Dreams as a Channel of Many Mysteries. Our Dreaming Mind, History and Psychology by Bob Van de Castle. Encyclopedia of Documented Cases of Wondrous Dreams that have shaped the course of history. Muhammad had his first experience of religious, calling it a dream. The Bible is full of examples of God talking to people in their dreams. Creative inspirations occur in dreams. Musicians have dreamed music. Artists dreamed art. Authors dreamed stories, etc. Dreams and Dreaming by Edgar Cayce. Hundreds of dreams by ordinary people interpreted by Cayce. Dreams come from our subconscious mind, expressing our fears and wishes. Dreams also come from our superconscious mind, the work of our higher self. Meeting the higher self. Author shares that he was in the early stages of alcoholism when he had a dream about a drunkard in a sacred forest sanctuary, and he was judging as he conversed with the caretaker. It turned out that the caretaker was the author's higher self, and the drunkard was actually himself. The lesson was to have more compassion for himself. An encounter with the higher self leads the dreamer through surprising turns into a deeper understanding of the meaning of one's problem. Who is the higher self? The higher self appears in many guises. It understands that there is a purpose in all things. It views all experiences as opportunities for growth and learning. The more you work with your dreams, the more you will realize there is a larger intelligence at work directing your life. Analogy. It's as if you are the driver of the car, but not its owner. At any time, however, you may hear a voice behind you declare, "Turn right here, Henry." Such moments remind you that you are really only the chauffeur. Although you have to steer and brake the car, the true master of the vehicle is sitting in the back seat, your higher self. Cayce explains that the higher self is the seeing eye of the soul's awareness of itself. The soul is our true identity. Ego has access to conscious mind. Higher self has access to subconscious and superconscious mind. Whether or not the higher self appears in your dreams, it is at work in many of them. There are many theories out there, and through hard work with ZODIAC, this is what I, Julie, know to be true. We have an ego, physical form, spirit, soul, and higher self. These are each separate entities, yet one energy. Our spirit is attached to our ego. When we die, our physical form dissolves, but our spirit lives on, in whatever egoic form we attain while on earth. Our soul is connected to our spirit. I always thought that that's why we have to sleep, because our soul and spirit have to connect and record the things that happened in our life that day. Our soul is more advanced, pure light, and holds memories of all of our lifetimes, and evolves with every lifetime we experience. Our higher self is connected to our soul. It is our purest form. When we stop incarnating, our soul dissolves back into the oneness, and we are left with the higher self, which is always our connection to God, to Source, to universal intelligence, to the oneness, the sea of awareness. I would love to hear your thoughts on what resonates for you. Casey, explanation of the dream. What is a dream? As we fall asleep, our intuition, our sixth sense, not only remains awake, but also becomes more expansive. Our entire body, our whole being, begins to function as an ear that listens intuitively. We merge with creation and resonate with all that we hear. There is no awareness of a separate self. There is simply being, deep, silent sleep, pure intuition, pure psychic oneness. If you dissolve into the universe during sleep, how do you come back in the morning as yourself? Fortunately, it's in the deep sleep that we are most closely attuned with our guardian angel consciousness. It guards us while we are asleep, protecting the pattern of our individuality. It beams us back to ourselves intact. Our soul evaluates our life during sleep. Our soul examines our life during our sleep and uses its superconscious perspective to determine if we are on course, aha, or not, uh-oh. The experience the soul has while we are asleep is what we remember as a dream. Whether or not our dreams reflect our soul's experiences depends upon the level of our personal development. Anything we wish to know or experience can be safely obtained in our dreams. Dream incubation, opening the channel. The author Henry Reed does a dream study in which he sets up a dream tent, as outlined in his book, Getting Help from Your Dreams. Casey points out that we can actively seek helpful dreams. The intention to apply what you already know is the seed of further inspiration. Dreams grow from what is on your mind while falling asleep, so be careful what you are thinking about as you drift to sleep. Dreams help us become ourselves and create our own lives. Suggestion: actively seek helpful dreams by focusing on a question or solution to your problem. Before you fall asleep, ask that you be shown through your dream how to solve the problem or what your next step to attaining success is. When you wake up, check in with yourself before you move your body. Remember, every time your body moves, you forget more and more of your dream. That's true, too. I mean, I'll have a dream, wake up, and, with my first act, forget what I dreamed about. So that is true. That is true. Preparing to channel a dream of guidance. Phrase focusing. Living Your Dreams by Gail Delaney. Write out your feelings about your question to get all your thoughts on paper. Then reduce your question to a single phrase that expresses the heart of the matter. Repeat this phrase to yourself as you fall asleep. The Dream Quest Workbook by Henry Reed. Write a letter to your dreams asking for their advice. In your letter, outline what you already know about the problem and what you are going to do about it. Invite your dreams to show you a better way. Put the letter under your pillow when you go to bed at night. As you fall asleep, imagine yourself following through on your own plan. I know Edgar Casey, it is said he could sleep on top of a book and know the book when he woke up. Now, that sounds almost impossible to me, but as they say, I guess nothing is impossible. The word itself says I'm possible. A study done at an
RE conference showed that 2 out of 5 people who remembered a dream after using the pillow technique found the answer in the dream to be just as helpful as a psychic reading. Learn to recall dreams, an exercise in channeling. Learn to recall your dreams can be a good exercise in your own channeling abilities. 1. Before you fall asleep at night, repeat to yourself, I will remember my dreams in the morning, and any helpful messages they may hold. 2. Lie still in bed when you wake up. 3. You may have no distinct images. That's okay. Be patient. 4. Become aware of subtle feelings. 5. Allow the feelings, colors, or shapes time to blossom into memories or images. The information is there in how you are feeling. Simply let it flow forth. Trust. And 9. Keep a journal by your bed and write down any images or thoughts that come to mind. That seems like a lot of work. Don't worry about remembering all the details. Pick out one thing that stands out in your mind. Maybe it's a color or an object. And as you move through your day, ask the question, what relevance does this have in my life? How can this help me? Channeling dreams into action. In the application comes the awareness. Practice, practice, practice. The best book on dreams is the one you write yourself. Hugh Lin. When people meditate, it improved their dream recall the following day. When people applied a dream insight one day, the next morning their dream was clearer and easier to understand. Dreams are experiences of our higher self, creations of our soul. Casey's simple secrets to learning to interpret your dreams. 1. Have a purpose for recalling your dream and write it down. 2. When you recall a dream, write it down. 3. Find something in the dream, anything, that you think could be a clue. 4. Think of a way to test the validity of the clue or your understanding of it by a simple, practical application. Find or make up an insight from the dream. 5. Do something constructive about it. Example, write down the results of your experiment and compare them with your own standards. If you do this, Casey assures that you will have a follow-up dream to further clarify or deny your conclusions. Practice exercise. Record your dream. Write down whatever comes to mind. Find something in your dream that you can make come true that day. If you saw the color red, wear something red that day. Bringing something of our inner experience into our outer lives completes a circuit of energy. Doing this is part of learning to channel. Questions and exercises. 1. I would love to hear your thoughts on the subchapter, Who is the Higher Self? What resonates for you? 2. Actively seek helpful dreams exercise. Focus on a question or a solution to a problem before you fall asleep. Ask that you be shown through your dream how to solve the problem, or what your next step to attaining success is. When you wake up, check in with yourself before you move your body. Remember, every time your body moves, you forget more and more of your dream. Then report back. 3. When you wake up, pick out one thing that stands out in your mind from your dream. Maybe it's a color, an object. Don't worry about remembering the details. As you move through your day, ask the question, what relevance does it have in my life? How can this help me? I think I just read that twice. Oh, they got it written twice. Okay. Chapter 4, The Creative Channel of the Mind, What We Think We Become. Today's affirmation: I create my own reality. If I don't like what I've created, I can simply create it again. We live our lives as channels of energy. Energy isn't ours to own because it belongs to life itself, but it's ours to use, to channel what we think we become. Have you ever had a dream that you talked to a deceased loved one? I have several times. It seemed so real. That means that we are just temporary visitors here, learning along the way, which is what I have always thought ever since I could remember, especially when I was little. I've just always thought that our real self is plasma or ether or something. Love and light. I know that's such a cliche now, right? It's got to be something like that, an ethereal body. And the line between us, the other side, is probably really paper thin. I ad-libbed this with a little help from me notes. And here it is. It's called Trials and Trails. And then that'll be it. I'll say goodnight. Halton Sierra, astronomer with modern Galileo. Trials and Trails. I do not understand this. The gravity only redshift expanding universe idea that has been around since I can remember was disproven by Halton Sierra in 1966 and again by Eric Lerner in 1996. Astronomer Arp was looking at peculiar galaxies, of which he wrote an atlas of them. In 1966, he noticed that higher energy galaxies that were called Seyfert galaxies, named after their discoverer, had a supercharged core and were spitting out quasars. Now, he has noticed that these quasars were not at the edges of the known universe. That standard model cosmologist wanted people to think that they were, but they are populated near the parent galaxy. For example, galaxy NGC 7603 has several of these quasar bodies populated close to the galaxy, connected by filament of charged plasma. Each quasar has a different rate of recession, and Arp correctly figured out that if they were all connected to the parent galaxy, then a huge part of redshift had to be intrinsic and non-cosmological, meaning that it meant more, it was associated more with their age. Also, they were changing quite rapidly, and they were changing quite rapidly in quantum jumps as they aged and gained mass to one day, eventually, become a companion galaxy. In other words, what he was observing was nothing less than biology in space. No need for a Big Bang or inflation. This really was treated with like it was hilarious, and he was laughed at when he first proposed it, is what I hear. With disdain. Much like they laughed at Velikovsky, who turned out to be right. For that anyway, word, but Dr. R wrote a paper to the Bible of Standard Model Cosmology, the Astrophysical Journal. He knew that this was going to eclipse not only the once upon a time nothing exploded story, but faulty inflation too. But what did science do after giving out so many Nobel Prizes in physics for dead wrong theories? Did they admit the mistake and write about the new discoveries of Halton Arp, which would have put him easily in the Einstein classification of scientists, probably would have made him the greatest cosmologist in the 20th century. Mr. Menzel and Sagan didn't like that. Needless to mention, they were already in a huff over Velikovsky. No, very disappointingly, they chose to deep six it. Hubble warned modern cosmologists and math-happy physicists not to jump to conclusions, but it was too late. They took it and ran with it. The early 1930s, front page news, the universe is expanding. No, it's not. But wrong, period. They had been waiting for something that they could latch onto, and this was it. Big funding, here we come. Arb's telescope time was taken away, and he was told that if he didn't change his research, he would have to find another job. So Dr. Arp did the only thing he really could do. He resigned in protest. His research, he would have probably broken-hearted. He was also ostracized and blackballed in the United States. This is why he is now called the modern Galileo. It really just completely gives me this terrible feeling of disillusionment in mankind's intelligence. It has been bought out. Something that I never thought would happen. But it is better to be disillusioned than to continue to live with the illusion. So, at least it's not like that. That is all it is. Modern cosmology goes to the highest bidder. Dissenters are suppressed and covered up, just like President John F. Kennedy said in 1961 in a speech to Congress. American institutions of learning, mass media, social networking sites, and, well, everything is in on the corruption. They shut down truth tellers as hate speech. Isn't that something? How could a scientist continue to go through all the motions when in their hearts they know they're wrong? They have to. They're hiding the truth from the world. I can't get past that. I can't get over it. So imagine, you just discovered knowledge that would completely change the science we know and love as cosmology, but instead of being hailed and rewarded for improving the queen of the sciences, which would and will change the whole world, especially medicine, you were forced to resign by the Palomar Observatory and the high priestess, the moron named Menzel, with his panty-waisted protege, Carl Sagan, who trolled and torpedoed Velikovsky every chance he got. Velikovsky's book Worlds in Collision put mainstream science on its ear in 1950. Sagan's only job then was to follow around Dr. Velikovsky, claiming to have debunked him with nothing but lies. I lost any and all respect I once had for Sagan, with a little s. Who, by the way, his name backwards is Nagas, the famed alien species. Isn't that an interesting coincidence? Many will know he made his name by creating an anti-theory theory called the super greenhouse gas effect for Venus, to try to steal Velikovsky's thunder when he claimed that Venus, he predicted that Venus, this was before the space age, in the 50s, He claimed that Venus would be at least 600 degrees Fahrenheit, to which the key masters, if you will, had a real hoot and hurrah over. But he didn't stop there. He predicted water on Mars and the Moon, radio emissions from Jupiter and Saturn, and that these two beauties were actually former stars. More hoorahs. That's a Texas term for laughing at someone. However, the part of the story you may not know was in 1962, all of Velikovsky's theories were proven correct. So the two biggest troublemakers for modern gaslight-era horse and buggy cosmology should be known as the two greatest scientists of the 20th century. But alas, it wasn't to be. We find these truths we hold to be self-evident, but they both still sit in virtual obscurity. I don't know about you, but when I saw all of this, I couldn't sit still for a week. People had to know. And I just dove right in and started telling, because to me, this is finding truth is like a great liberation. You don't feel like the wool has been pulled over your eyes when you know better, you know different. And it has all the evidence on its side. Dr. Arp, he was offered and accepted a position at the Max Planck Institute in Germany. He quickly and quietly very high electric force charges throughout space, he found. Dr. Arp found also very high electric charges in space. And we'll get to that a little later. Anyways, he wrote the book Seeing Red, which carries a dual meaning. Passed away in 2013. And Dr. Velikovsky passed in 1979, sadly. But meanwhile, standard model trickery knows no bounds. So to make the quasars disappear, the mathematicians came in and said, okay, this is what's called gravitational lensing. You're not really looking at 4 quasars, you're just looking at 1, which has to be even more nonsense than the first 2. It's just ridiculous. The mathematicians came in, they said, okay, mathematically speaking, the universe must be running away at the speed of light. Arp knew this was lunacy. The paper was returned to him with nothing other than the editor writing across the top, "This exceeds my imagination." He didn't have any imagination, apparently. That should have been all the more reason to have it looked at and take a look at the evidence. Alton Arp gathered his evidence. He moved to Germany to work for Planck, which he compiled a mountain of evidence. For his troubles, his paper was not even sent to a referee, which is what should be done to correct the error by standard model within the network. Arp was considered an outsider for not fully accepting all of their paradigms, which begs the question, why do paradigms exist in the first place? Aren't they a little ridiculous? Now that you know all of this, please take a look at the evidence. The more evidence you find, the more you will know that I speak the truth. as long as it is not being filtered to you by someone with an agenda. But I am convinced you will be too, that our universe is not something where they can create all of these phony dark and black things like matter, energy, black holes, all mathematical constructs. Here are a few very good videos to research. The Cosmology Quest, Part 1 and 2, you'll find them in the description. Besides giving you ARP's evidence that is overwhelming, actually, that the work of Immanuel Velikovsky as well. He was a very serious man of integrity and honor, and I have been reading his books for almost 5 years, and as of yet I have not found one misinformation, mistruth, or something that sounded ad hoc or concocted. All of his theories are very well thought out, and he uses mainstream science to back him up. So he uses their own science against them. And they just got really angry and just, started wringing their hands saying that he was a psychologist and he had no business being in the cosmology field. That's pretty funny. Immanuel Velikovsky also predicted water on Mars and that Saturn and Jupiter were actually former stars. And all of his theories have been proven correct. I do not know of anything that he got wrong. And, well, here we sit. It's just, it's really sad to think about. He put all that work, his life's work, and he just got deep sixed. And it's just, it's so unjust. I don't even know where to begin with it. Unjust. But if you take a look at the evidence like I did, you too will be convinced that our universe is not something where they can create all this phony stuff. Our universe is electric. Plain and simple. I really have a lot of affection for both men because they were men of integrity and somewhat role models for me. I'm very impressed with men who make a stand because they believe in something they know is right. Not a lot of people do that these days, especially do it and still make a living.
People are starting to think there's something strange going on. There's been mermaids of this great reset, but no one really knows anything about it unless you've been looking at it in the news for quite a while. There's just massive uncertainty going on in the world.
Yeah, that's gonna do it. Hey, it's good to see you, Frank. I left some information in the middle of this. about my condition, what I've been through, and what's the normal prognosis. I took a PET scan, and the results came back that I'm cancer-free. They killed the cancer, it's gone. But I'm stuck with the ramifications of the radiation, which, you know, it killed the cancer, but it also jacked me up. My throat isn't right, and my tongue, it just won't unswallow. Doctor seems to think it will, but you know, he's like, cancer, you know, it's funny because once you get radiation and chemo, no two people are exactly the same, you know, and you'll never be normal again. And it was kind of awakening. But he did give me the good news that we killed the cancer, so I'm on the road to recovery. And I can't really wait to get going. That's why I'm doing it, talking like I am with you, because normally I just wouldn't say anything, because I'm too embarrassed. But it is what it is, and I love you guys, and I don't want to stay apart. I want to get going, you know, and make my own new videos, and I haven't made very many. And you all been sticking by me, and I just love it for it. Frank, good to see you. Jeff, very good to see you. I don't see your name a lot, so I love it to see your name. Abandoned Citizen and Jamalama, I love you. And Edward von Slumpenberger, let's see. Can I use that? No, I can't use that anymore. Well, anyways, good to see you, Edward. And everybody, I'll see you next week, okay? I gotta stay on the schedule. Things have been rough for me, you know? Been up and down with this. And I'm hoping that I'm on the heel. I know I am. But I just gotta get my tongue right, and it's got me concerned. And I have swallowing issues, too. So that's gotta be ironed out. I hope it will. But I'm glad, you know, you guys keep me going, support all the way through. Nobody's complained. Nobody's said anything negative to me. Everybody has been supportive and just wonderful. And thank you very much. I love my channel. I love my people. That's you. We might not be big, but we're close. And thank you, Polly. It was good talking to you earlier. And I promise, you know, I'm going to get a little better, hopefully every week. And we got new material coming as soon as I'm able to speak. I can't do it yet, but I'm speaking to you because, you know, we don't keep no secrets. I tell you everything. So, been some crazy stuff going on in the world lately. You know, with the killing of Charlie Kirk and the left is just coming unscrewed. You know, and we got war going on, and it's just so much. And next live stream, I want to do some more chatting, like we did tonight, and get myself working so that my tongue can go with the flow, maybe. And the more I use it, maybe the flying will go away. I need to talk more. So, anyways, it was. I had a great time tonight. Thank you for coming. We didn't have a big crowd, but that's all right. I still just love doing it for you. And I'll see you next time. Okay? Be careful and stay safe. And we'll talk soon. Okay? Good night.